That's a value of up to $1,000.
Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Monday, January 2nd, 2023, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got the Buffalo Bills versus the Cincinnati Bengals. Live play-by-play and reactions with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Kickoff is going to be here in just about a minute or two. We're just kind of waiting for the Rose Bowl and everything to wrap up on the other channel. And obviously, I was hoping that USC was going to beat Tulane. Didn't happen. I was rooting for Utah to beat Penn State. Didn't happen. Obviously, in this Utah game, the quarterback, Cam Rising, got hurt. And then I don't even know if he was going to be able to make a comeback, even if he played in the whole game. So the Pac-12 did very, very strong. But who would have thought at the very end that USC and Utah wouldn't be able to get the job done? Still, we had a successful bowl season, but a little disappointed that we weren't able to go a little bit further with the Pac-12 rankings. But I'm ready. You know, I have been bitching and I have been complaining about the lack of great games on the NFL schedule. You know, since I do this full time, I mean, I've seen every Thursday night game, every Monday night game, every Sunday night game. And let's be honest, a lot of the games have not lived up to the billing. But today, this might be the game of the year. This could be an AFC Championship game preview. And remember, everyone talks about the Bills. Everyone talks about the Chiefs. The Chiefs already lost to who? The Cincinnati Bengals twice last year, once this year. So they're 0 for 3. Now the Buffalo Bills have an opportunity to flex, to say, hey, I'm the top dog. We are the best team. But if the Bengals win at home, which I think is very plausible, is the Cincinnati Bengals like the best team? Maybe not necessarily in the NFL, but you could definitely argue if they beat Buffalo tonight by 10 or more. It's going to be very interesting to see the pecking order. And I've already let you guys know about how I feel about the Bengals. You know, Joe Burrow to me is Joe Montana. If they get to the Super Bowl again, which is not likely, once you go to a Super Bowl and win, you don't go back. Once you go to a Super Bowl and lose, you really don't go back. There's a time of rebuilding, right? But maybe Joe Burrow is Joe Montana. What if the Bengals make it past the Bills and the Chiefs? Now, I don't know if they can beat the Eagles, the Cowboys, or the Niners, because those teams are a little bit more balanced with offense and defense. But the Bengals have issues on their O-line, better than last year, right? And they have issues on defense, right? Same thing goes with the Kansas City Chiefs. Offensive line, some issues. Running game, a little inconsistent. Defense, sometimes there's holes there. Same thing with the Buffalo Bills, right? Offensive line at times is shaky, right? But most of the time it's good. But there are holes on defense, not named Von Miller, right? They are starting to get healthy and hot at the right time. Buffalo's defenders are getting back on the field. But with that being said, if the Bengals win tonight, we got to put some respect on Joe Burrow and the Bengals. I've been talking about the Bengals for the last month and a half, telling you that it's not just a two-team race with Buffalo and Kansas City. You started to see the Bengals get hot at the right time, and the equivalent might be the Green Bay Packers that were 4-8, and now they're 8-8, and they're probably going to win at home to go 9-8. So, you want to make sure you're hot and you're healthy at the right time. And I'm telling you, if I'm the Green Bay Packers and I'm the Cincinnati Bengals, I think that everyone as fans on the outside can see nobody and their mama, right, is going to want to play the Bengals, including the Chiefs and the Bills in the playoffs, because they know if they play them prior to the AFC Championship game, there's a good chance that you're going home, regardless if you're in Buffalo, in Cincinnati, in Kansas City, in Cincinnati. I am rooting for the Bengals tonight. If they end up losing, I'm totally okay. But this is a big opportunity, to be able to show that, hey, we know Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback. Him and Jalen Hurts are in the MVP consideration. Everyone loves Josh Allen, right? NFL Network, ESPN, right? They shove it down our throats, just like how they shoved it down our throats, how much that we're supposed to hate Dallas and hate New England, right? But maybe all along, it's been staring us right in the face. Maybe Joe Burrow, Mahomes and Allen Mahomes already got a Super Bowl. Allen will get his, right? But if Joe Burrow and the Bengals are able to get past the Bills tonight, even if it's by a point to 4 points, 10 points or more, it's going to strike a little fear, not only in Buffalo, but right now, Kansas City knows that they feel they can get past Bills and Buffalo and Josh Allen. But right now, there's a lot of doubt in Kansas City. Can they get past Cincinnati? And Cincinnati plays football not like any other team in the AFC. They run the ball heavy. Samaje Perine, Joe Mixon, right? They obviously have great wide receivers. Avoid the Boyd, Tyler Boyd, right? T. Higgins, Jamar Chase. But they run the football. They're physical. They got great tight ends and receivers, a great quarterback. But they run the football with physicality, and they play good defense. When they get a lead on you, it's almost impossible to come back. Just ask Kansas City and maybe even Buffalo tonight. So if you are Buffalo or you're Kansas City, the only way you're going to beat Cincinnati is if you get to an early lead and you play football that way. And also, if you guys have noticed, Kansas City and Buffalo don't play good from behind. They play Buffalo Bill football when they're tied or they're ahead, or the Kansas City Chiefs play when they're tied or when they're ahead. But watch when Cincinnati, has a 10-point lead on the Buffalo Bills or the Chiefs. See the play calling. There's a little act of desperation where they're like, oh, God, what do? We can't stop the run. And then they try to bring a lot of the guys up to stop Mixon and Perine. And then what happens? Burrow, play action, over the top to T. Higgins, touchdown, Bengals, or Jamar Chase, or Tyler Boyd, or Hayden Hurst, or someone else. So this is going to be, to me, this is the best game of the year in the regular season. And it's, record-wise, 11-4 Bengals, 5-1 at home. And then you got the 12-3 Bills, 6-2 on the road. This is the best matchup as far as the last 2 weeks of the season, before we actually go to the playoffs. I mean, you got a combined 23 wins. I believe that's the most that we've ever had on Monday night. Or one of the top, if it's not the record, for most wins with 2 weeks left in the season. All right, let's get it. I got some amazing pictures for y'all. I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very much. Nate the Great, hey, I'm so sorry to hear that. We are going to enjoy the game, and we are going to be able to root for you. I love you, and I appreciate you. Nate the Great in the building. He said Bengals by 10. Could happen. Could happen. Josh in the building. Man, but you know what? It's Cam Rising got hurt. So if he didn't get hurt, you probably still lose, but it's not as bad. And they just got on you guys early and often. USC lost at Tulane. Tulane was 2-10, and then they went 12-2. It's the biggest comeback in FBS history. So Utah, you got the Pac-12 championship. USC, Caleb Williams, you got the Heisman. A little unfortunate, Josh. I was rooting for you guys. I was rooting for USC for the Pac-12 conference, even though I'm a big Duck fan. It just wasn't meant to be. But at least you guys are getting there. And I know it sucks going to the Rose Bowl twice, now losing to Ohio State and Penn State. Trust me, Utah is good enough to get there again next year or the year after. And I'm telling you, at some point, Utah will win the Rose Bowl. I'll be pulling for you guys. I mean, I'm an Oregon Duck through and through, but yeah, definitely tough, man. I hear you, bro. And I know you probably had work today, or maybe you didn't have work today. Definitely tough. Odin's son in the building. He said, only time I want the Bengals to win is tonight. Is that really what you want, though? Because if the Bengals win tonight, the Chiefs can't beat the Bengals. Then the Bills can't beat the Bengals. I mean, I know it chops, Buffalo down a peg, but I'm not sure if you're a Chief fan that you want the Bengals to win. If you're a Chief fan, you kind of want the Bills to win besides the record for first place. But other than that, I don't know who you really want to root for in this case. That's fact. Sarah's in the building. What to do? The Barnes kid. Oh, really? Oh, no shit. That's crazy. Well, that's wild, man. My boy, Joseph Andrade, my boy. What to do? Let's get to 100 in donos. Let's do it. I got some amazing pictures for you guys. Let's get it. Yeah, please do, man. Send it to me on Twitter or Instagram. I know you got that crazy weather there, and I got some amazing photos. I've been prepping for about an hour and a half. I think right now, we got Mahomes. Mahomes is at 1. As far as the MVP consideration, Mahomes and Jalen Hurts, obviously they can't win with Gardner Minshew, but that's the MVP. But Jalen, to me, isn't necessarily a top 5 quarterback, at least not yet. But Mahomes, right? You got Josh Allen, you got Burrow, you got Herbert, right? But Jalen Hurts has been playing like a top 5 quarterback this year. We can't discredit that at one bit. All right, kickoff to the Bengals. Let's get it, baby. All right, I'm scrolling down, making sure that we're all ready to go here. But I personally think Mahomes is the best quarterback in the league, but I like Burrow more than Josh Allen. I know most people are Josh Allen guys, Buffalo Bills, Buffalo Bills, Buffalo Bills. And I think Josh Allen can be a Hall of Famer, just like Herbert and Burrow. But just something about Burrow reminds me of Joe Montana, and that was my hero growing up. And I just like the style of play. And I think Burrow is a little bit more of a competitor to me. He's gone through more adversity, obviously, with the injury and everything else. Once you are the guy in, high school, then you go to Ohio State, then you got to transfer, flag on the play. We got some laundry on the field. You know what I mean? And then to tear the ACL and then to come back and then go to the Super Bowl, even though they lost. I really like Cincinnati's team. And again, no team in the AFC has got a dominant defense. Not Cincinnati, not Kansas City, and not Buffalo. So we don't really know who's going to come out on top out of these 3 teams. It could be any of the 3. And I think we can agree to that, right? But on the NFC side, right, we got the Eagles, but Jalen Hurts is injured, but he should be back next week, right? Then you got the San Francisco 49ers, who are built steady, even with a Brock Purdy. And then you got the Dallas Cowboys. And I'm not really sure if you can put the Vikings in there because they're pretenders and they don't got a defense. Shotgun set on 1st down and 10. Burrow, Hayden Hurst, short gain. Let's go. Let's go over some of the amazing photos that I got for you guys today. So we got Burrow here. Got quite a few. So we'll be sprinkling these in. And obviously we just saw Burrow with that magnificent play to Hayden Hurst, trying to move the chains. And as we go through the plays, I'll go through the rest of the pictures as we get there. But we'll go through a few of these ones that you can see. And I got Joey B, Joe Burrow, the Tiger King. Love him. And it's not like I hate Josh Allen. I don't hate him. It's like I love Herbert. And obviously you guys know I'm an Oregon Duck through and through. But just something about Joe Burrow. Even if the Bills win the Super Bowl this year, I mean, that's been a lot of people's picks, to be able to get it done, to be the champ. But I don't know. I'm not really sold on Buffalo 100%. If they had Von Miller, then obviously that would be a little bit better for them. But the fact that they don't have Von, that might cost them, either to the Bengals or the Chiefs. And I think a lot of y'all think the same thing as well. Hopefully Buffalo is okay, but we have an injury on the field as McDermott is going to check him out and see what's going on here. Who was it? Oh, did he just get knocked? And then pushed down. Hayden Hurst. Hopefully he's okay. All right, let's go through the photos here while we have a chance. We got Joey B, the Joe Burrow, the Tiger King. Then at running back, we got Joe Mixon. I got a trio of photos of him. Then the backup, we can't forget about him, the change of pace back, one of the best backups in the league, Samaje Perine. Kansas City doesn't have an answer for him, and I doubt the rest of the league does as well. If Mixon goes down with an injury, right, Samaje can definitely carry the load. We've seen him do it before. One of the best photos that I got in the library, Jamar Chase, one of the best receivers in the league with Justin Jefferson. As we know, Devontae Adams, Tyreek, Cooper Kupp are up there as well. But I love me some Jamar, and I love me some Jay Jetta. Will we see the gritty later on tonight? There is a good possibility that we see him hit the gritty or do something crazy and go over the top like this. Then we got another one of my favorite receivers in the league, arguably one of the best number 2s overall. Chris Godwin is one of them. T. Higgins is another. And then one of the best 3 options in the league, and avoid the Boyd, Tyler Boyd, solid. Tyler Boyd could be a solid number 2 on many teams in the league. And then at tight end, we have Hayden Hurst. On defense, we have T-Rex, Trey Hendrickson. One of my favorites from the Saints previously, Von Bell. It seems like he makes plays against any big-time matchup every single game, every single year. Don't be surprised if Von Bell ends up picking off Josh Allen. He's a stud. Love him. And then we obviously have Evan McPherson and the head ball coach, Zach Taylor. Now let's go to the Buffalo Bills side as we have some time. We got Josh Allen throwing, Josh Allen hurdling, Josh Allen flexing, and then another Josh Allen. Then we got Devin Singletary, got a couple of him. Backup James Cook. Wide receiver, we got Gabe Davis, got a couple of him. Isaiah McKenzie, one of the best third options as well. Stephon Diggs, amazing wide receiver, just like obviously Mike Evans and Keenan Allen. Never really gets the respect. We got the smoke there behind them. Woo! Got a couple of them with the cotton candy smoke there as well. Dawson Knox with the hair, long hair, don't care. Curly hair, don't care. I see you. And then on defense, we got Shaq Lawson, Matt Milano, I love him. Jordan Poyer, Tre'Davious White at kicker. We got Tyler Bass and Sean McDermott as he looks on after that injury. 3rd down and 1. 0-0 Bills and Bengals. Burrow. First down, Cincinnati. Let's go. Nice job, Joe. I think it kind of comes down to personality, too, and who you like. I mean, I know a lot of y'all respect Josh Allen and you love him. You know what I mean? But I guess for me, I'm more of a Mahomes and Burrow guy. No disrespect to Josh Allen. You know what I mean? And I obviously love Herbert. And the bottom line is Mahomes, right? Josh Allen, Burrow, and Herbert are all going to be Hall of Famers when it's all said and done, and they're going to be running our league for the next 10 years. So whether you like one of them or you like all of them, we are in good hands. Burrow, yeah, woo! Hayden Hurst with the hurdle. Let's go. Let's go, baby. And I kept telling y'all, is Cincinnati the best team in the AFC? And for weeks and weeks and weeks, we said, oh, it's Buffalo. Then we said it's the Chiefs, right? No one has ever said, hey, maybe Cincinnati is the best team in the AFC. And obviously you got to catch up record-wise, and you've done that. You're 11-4, but Cincinnati's really battle-tested on the road. Also, they can win big games on the road, and that's why I like them. I think they're a little bit better on the road than the Chiefs or the Bills. Shotgun set, Burrow, floater, touchdown, Bengals, bang, just like I told you. Let's go, Joey B, the Tiger King, touchdown to avoid the Boyd, Tyler Boyd. And at home, they are dangerous. I am not surprised. Let's go. Nice job, baby. I mean, they all are elite. Mahomes, right? Josh Allen, Burrow, Herbert. They all do something special. Extra point is up for McPherson, and it's good. Take that, Buffalo. Let's go. I'm just sick and tired of the Buffalo Bill bandwagons. You know what I mean? I get it. You know what I mean? That on paper, everything looks great. I get it. They're eventually going to win a Super Bowl, and maybe it's going to be this year. But I mean, that doesn't mean that I have to like them. You know what I mean? I can respect them. I can enjoy watching them. I just kind of like watching Kansas City and the Bengals a little more. I mean, do you blame me? You know what I mean? I don't have to be a Buffalo Bills super fan. You know what I mean? Let's go, baby. I see you, Joey B. Nice job. Nice job by McPherson as well. 7-0 Bengals. Hope you do have a good day, too. I know things are tough right now. I love you. I appreciate you. I'm going to be rooting for you, brother. Hopefully we can get a dono train started, and then that'll get us going. And I had a couple options that I could have used. Let's see here.
Individuality often complicates things. Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's be honest, the world can be a challenging place, but when we come together, we realize just how high we can soar. Autistic children, teens, and adults will continue to break barriers.
Nice job, Bengals. I see you.
With your support, we will continue to be by their side. To donate, visit autismspeaks.org.
Ritz chocolate cake. Mm-mm.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean those are tough losses, in the bowl games. That's for sure.
It's pet insurance. So when you get hurt or sick and you need expensive medicine or surgery,
Pet insurance from Pumpkin can help.
go to pumpkin.care.
Setting more records. Joe Burrow, 35th touchdown pass of the season, the most in franchise history, a record he set last year as they became AFC champions. They came up just short to the Rams in Super Bowl 56. They were on the ball because they have 6 opening drive touchdowns coming in. Time for third most going into week 17, and they go right down the field. Burrow 3 for 3 on that possession. It ends up in the end zone. That's why you take the ball when you win the ball toss. Let's go back to the touchdown. Yeah, the play before that, however, was the Hayden Hurst. And you see Damar Hamlin, how he comes.
Sorry about that. I just sent you something there, and then I was going to send you another thing, Sarah. One sec. Well, I didn't mean to send it to you twice. But I sent you the 2 options that I could have used. The one that I chose, I assume that's the one that, I did use, Sarah, I did use the one that has just like the field behind me like that, more of the basic one. We hit 1,200, early in the season when it was the Dolphins and the Bengals. So I was gonna use, that one, but I figured the one that I ended up using for the show was probably better. What do you think, Sarah? You like the one that I chose, or the other one that has this background? I can always switch it up at some point, but I think the one I chose was a little bit more eye-popping, Allen on 1st and 10, and complete. Yeah, tough losses, man. Utah and USC both lost, and I was really rooting for both schools, even though, when we play each other, I'm going to be rooting for my Ducks all day, every day. But I really was rooting for you guys to be able to pull out those wins, and the USC game was a little bit closer. But Tulane isn't a slouch. I mean, they were 2-10 last year, and obviously to go from 2-10 to 10-2, or 2-10 or 12-2. I think 2-10 to 12-2 is what they ended up being, because they were 11-2, which is fucking remarkable in its own regard right there. But that's what happens, sometimes, and like I said, that's something also, for recruiting, defense. You got to, defense, and that's the problem. The only team in the Pac-12 that had good D was really Utah. And then, their quarterback got hurt in their bowl game in the Rose Bowl, and they lost to Penn State. And obviously that game kind of turned a little bit ugly, but, hopefully they'll end up getting better recruits, moving forward, because we already know Oregon and USC and Oregon State and Washington State, all the teams can score, but not many Pac-12 teams can stop people, unfortunately. Short gain on 3rd down and 1. 1st down, Bills. Move the chains. Singletary with the 1st down. Yeah, there's always a chance. Yeah, they took a couple on the chin today, unfortunately. Allen. McDermott with the timeout.
When you talk to Lou Anarumo, who's the defensive coordinator for Cincinnati, he reads the headlines too, and he's well aware that Stephon Diggs has been screaming for the football. So what he wants to do early in this game, he told us, is roll coverage towards Stephon Diggs to try to just blanket him as much as the Bengals can to get him frustrated and try to get Stephon Diggs out of his game.
Well, it makes perfect sense. I think all defensive coordinators want to frustrate Diggs, but especially in this game, knowing that he hasn't been targeted.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, Reflect. That's crazy that you wrote that down. I was just thinking that. Oh, man. All right, here we go. First down and 10. And thank God we actually have some good football. I mean, I've been bitching and complaining about shitty matchups for like the last 2 months. And finally, we have one of the best matchups of the year. And it's late in the year. We've never seen a 12-3 and 11-4. I mean, we probably have, in previous years towards the last 2 to 3 weeks. But normally you're not going to have a matchup this good for the last, week of the year or the last 2 weeks of the year. It's pretty rare that we get 2 out of the 3 best teams, not including the Chiefs, in the AFC battling it out. And this could end up being a preview of the AFC championship game or previous, maybe the winner plays the Chiefs. That could definitely happen too. Blitz, Allen, first down, Bills. Guess who? Stephon Diggs. I see you. Nice play. Josh Allen going to Stephon Diggs. I see you, baby. Yeah, I finally got caught up with Dynamite, Rampage, and all the other things. So, I'm not watching, obviously, Raw at this point. But, yeah, if you want to keep me updated on it, I'll watch it later tonight. Hand off to Cook. James Cook, you just got to not fumble, baby. You got to live up to that, that Cook name. You might not be as good as that guy in Minnesota, but, hopefully you don't fumble the football. I sent you a message on the thumbs there, Sarah, on Twitter. I think I chose the right one. I mean, both of them are definitely work. We already know it's going to be a battle compared to the other billion people that supposedly think they're great at calling games, and then kind of floods the internet. But as we know, there's only a few of us that really do a great job. Handoff, James Cook, first down, Bills. Move the chains. McDermott's loving it. I'm loving it. Let's go. I do like the background with the city and everything, though. I just wanted to, either figure out if I wanted to use that same one, for the thumbnail or to use something different. But I made 2, just to figure out which one. And then all of a sudden the game was coming on and I didn't have time. Allen on 1st and 10. Wow, the fullback actually got a look. That's surprising. My goodness. Which one do you think, Sarah? I sent you a message on Twitter. Which one? Should I switch it to the other one or keep it where it's at? What do you think? Second down and 3. Allen. That looked like just a garbage play that just got fucked up right after the snap. Good decision to throw it into the ground. Third down and 3. Shotgun set. Pressure from T-Rex. Bobbled. What happened to my hands? Cole Beasley, what happened? Come on, Cole. Oh, he absolutely would have scored. Kidding me? All right, let's see if Tyler Bass can make this. 4th down and 3, 25-yarder. Field goal's up, and it's good. It just feels good to watch a good football game. You know what I mean? When you know you got 2 out of the top, 4 teams maybe in the NFL right now. You got those 2, the Chiefs and maybe the Eagles. And then you got Niners and Cowboys below them. But, man, it's like I've been just itching and waiting and just praying for some good football. And I just feel that the NFL has put out a horrible schedule this year. And there's also been injuries. There's also been unexpected teams that are much worse than we ever expected, like Denver. You know what I mean? So then anytime they were on prime time, you're like pulling your hair out. You're like, okay, I get it. Everyone expected them to be close to maybe a 10-win team, and that was far from the truth this year. But it is what it is. Yeah, I think that's okay. I think so too. The other one isn't bad though. It's just a little bit more simpler. You know what I mean? But figured out, sometimes I try to, mix it up a little bit, but yeah, I just went back and I used, only this background once this year. And I was actually kind of surprised that with the thumb that I made, we got 1,200. But again, it probably had to do with a lot of Dolphin fans and Bengal fans at that time. And, maybe less people streaming, that particular game, or maybe it was the same amount. You just never know when you're going to get promoted by the tube as a recommended video or not. So, all right, Cole. You missed out on that first opportunity, but I still have the photo for you. So hopefully you'll be able to make up for it, and then we'll be able to use this photo in the future if you don't end up fucking up. So we will find out. 7-3 Bengals. I needed this game for my soul, like a good matchup. Obviously, when the Bengals and the Chiefs play, that's that's one of the best games of the year. Also, any of those matchups, Bills, Chiefs, Bills, Bengals, Chiefs, Bengals, Chiefs, Bills, whatever. It's just must see TV. I mean, if you can't get up for this matchup, you can't get up for any matchup in the NFL. I mean, I do like the Eagles Cowboys matchups a lot too. That's a lot of excitement for me because I grew up, obviously as an NFC fan, still admire AFC for Herbert and Burrow and Allen and Mahomes. They're all over there. But the NFC, we're a little bit more gritty over here. We're a little bit more well-balanced. We care about O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling, and we're a little bit more well-rounded as far as teams are concerned. AFC teams are really offensive heavy. Oh, fumble. That might have been the ground, though. I don't know if they're going to give that to him. Wow. But that's why the NFC, a lot of times they might be the underdog, but they have the more balanced defense and team. And as we know, defense wins big games, AFC, NFC championship game, and defense wins championships. So they wouldn't really surprise me. Obviously, I know some people would probably be surprised if the Eagles or Niners maybe won it all, or Dallas if they could even get that far. But, all you got to do is just get past that first team, Dallas, and then we can start giving you the respect and putting you even over the Niners, even though I like Brock Purdy and everything they got going there, because they run heavy and then they play good defense, just like Cincinnati does. They run heavy, they play good defense. Really, Kansas City doesn't do that, neither does Buffalo, and that's why they have problems struggling against this type of team. 2 excellent running backs, too. And then anytime you think that you're going to put 9 in the box, then Burrow makes you pay. Oh, T. Higgins, touchdown. Boyd, touchdown. Jamar Chase, 3 touchdowns. And then if you want to be able to, guard those guys in a soft zone, or if you want to end up playing man-to-man, then fuck it. All right, you want to do that? Then they're just going to pound the rock over and over and over, and you can't stop them. I mean, it's very hard to stop Mixon and Pirine. I think they are one of the best duos in the league this season, and they have been. Samaje is super underrated. There we go. Higgins. Higgins has got good size, good speed, good route running. He is one of the best number 2s in the league. Nice play. Burrow, Higgins, and then another Bill player down. Buffalo Bills are just riddled with injuries left and right. And that's why I feel the Buffalo Bills are a great team, but they're not going to be healthy. So I feel like the Chiefs and the Bengals could definitely take advantage. And I think if it ends up being in the playoffs and it's either home or on the road, even if they're in Buffalo, I definitely think Kansas City and Cincinnati could definitely beat Buffalo. I don't think necessarily they're a horrible team or anything. I just think they're overhyped a little bit. It's like we got a kind of the overhyped Chief, with Mahomes early on, but that's kind of settled out a little bit. But they can't act like not having Von Miller is a good thing. I mean, if you have Vaughn and Vaughn is healthy, then maybe that's the X factor to get you over the top, and maybe you can win it all. But without that Von Miller there, and obviously we know OBJ is not ready. He's still injured, but that was a big reason why the Rams went all the way. It wasn't just, Matthew Stafford and Cooper Kupp. They definitely had great chemistry. But when you got Aaron Donald, and then you got Jalen Ramsey, and then you had Von Miller doing that thing, right? And then you had OBJ on the other side too. I mean, you can't act like those pieces didn't matter. They were super impactful on that run that they had. That's big facts. Lions in Green Bay. Yeah. Well, obviously with the Seahawks, I think most people think they're going to beat the Rams, but they want to be able to, have the prime time Rodgers, against Detroit. And most people think that they're probably going to win at home. So people either want to see him fail, right? Rodgers and the Packers, and then Seahawks make the playoffs, right? If Seattle beats the Rams, which they should, we better pray they don't come up flat in that game, right? And Detroit obviously won the first matchup, I believe, in Detroit. So, but in Green Bay, but Goff, believe it or not, I was looking up a stat. Since week 10, he's got the best, percentages. I think he's got 15 touchdowns, no picks since week 10. And that's number 1 in the NFL. So his completion percentage, his touchdown to interception ratio, Goff has been balling. Amon-Ra St. Brown is a stud. But Lambeau, oh, man, that's going to be tough. You know what I mean? Because we know Minnesota is probably better than Detroit, and they got fucking waxed. So we'll see. You know what I mean? But it's going to come down to Seattle or Green Bay for that last spot. But honestly, Seattle should have had a better record. They dropped a few gimme games in the middle of the season and towards the back end, Raiders and a few others where, if they just would have won one more of those games that was kind of 50-50, they would be in the playoffs, and there's no debating this. Green Bay would be insignificant. It wouldn't have mattered, but that you live and you learn. And again, you don't have, a good defense yet, right? And everything's brand new. The offensive line did a good job. You had injuries with Kenneth Walker III. So things haven't been easy peasy lemon squeezy for them. But next year, you can build on that. If you don't make the playoffs and Green Bay does, you're going to go next year. I guarantee Seattle makes it next year. They will make the proper adjustments. They'll get the proper people in the draft. They'll get some free agents that want to play with Geno. And we already know the offense will be good. I hope they add some more guards and centers, to the offensive line, and then defense. And if they do that, Seattle will have a shot to compete with the Niners for the division crown next year. I truly believe that. And if they don't get it, and let's say San Fran gets 11 or 12 wins, and then maybe Seattle gets 10 or 11, they're getting in. This is me being 100% genuine, authentic, and real. If I had a choice to be able to submit a request to have Tampa Bay forfeit their playoff spot for Seattle, I would. I really would. I would rather watch Seattle this year in the playoffs than Tampa. And that's not making me like, oh, you're not a Buccaneer fan. I am. But I just know based on what I've watched this year, Seattle has been way more exciting. It's been more fulfillment for me because I actually saw a team that, we didn't think was going to be very good, and they exceeded expectations. Yeah, they fell flat in a couple games like the Panthers, Raiders. They won't do that next year because they'll have better defense to stop the run. And that's really all you guys needed. No Bobby Wagner, no KJ Wright. Now your leading tackler tore his ACL. You just need to stay healthy and hot, but you need more depth, on the O-line in the defense. You guys got receivers, tight ends, quarterback. You got everything there. The play calling has been pretty good. Coaching has been good. Just need defense and a little bit more O-line, and I think we're in business. So that's facts. But I would rather have Seattle in the playoffs, honestly. And that's, I'm not a Seattle Seahawks fan, but I respect what they've done this year. And just because we have Brady and we played like shit, all year, and then all of a sudden we're winning these games late, I don't know. It's not worth it to me. Yes, we could upset someone, like the Giants or something, right? But fuck, man. And we're not a Super Bowl caliber team. Now Buffalo with another injury. God, and again, if you're not hot and you're not healthy, so does he have like a spine problem here? What's going on here? Like every few minutes we have a guy on the cart. Who is it? This is not a good look. And this is one of the big reasons why I don't think Buffalo is going to win the Super Bowl, and they might not even get there. Hopefully he's okay. And injuries are killer. If you're not undefeated or 3-1 in December, you're not going to be able to go on a run. You know what I mean? And that's why with Green Bay being hot the way that they have been, I highly doubt they lose at home against Detroit. They'll more than likely be able to find a way. The defense will come up with enough plays where they can match the points with Goff and obviously Rodgers on the offensive side. Not necessarily. Do you remember last year? You can win in Lambeau. Rodgers is sometimes overrated. He's not as great as people say he is. You know what I mean? Maybe not the best teammate either, but if you ended up watching San Francisco last year, what happened? They went into Green Bay in the snow and they won. So, Tampa Bay, we can go into, Lambeau, and you can win. So Green Bay has a tradition of losing in big games at home. And if you actually look at Rodgers' record at home, in the playoffs, he has like a 500 record at Lambeau. He's not good. If you're one of the legends and one of the GOATs, you should probably be like 70 to 85% at home. If you end up losing games on the road, okay, well, people do, right? But when you're one of the best, especially when you're MVP back-to-back, and you can't find a way to beat, Tampa, beat the Niners, because they lost to the Niners, lost to Tampa, lost to the Niners again. You know what I mean? And a lot of those things that those teams have in common is running the football and playing good defense, and they don't have an answer for that. So if you can run the football and play good defense, you have a shot, even in Lambeau. And that's me, just because I got the steel trap memory. I don't forget losses, and I don't forget big wins either. Yeah, down with the ACL, that's tough. Leading tackler too. Yeah, but there's a couple other the Bucs game, it's Brady, obviously they're going to showcase him and whatnot, but I'm not even talking about that game. The ones like the Panthers, Raiders, those were must win. You win those, you're in the playoffs, and you dropped them. Those are the games. If you play the Buccaneers and it's on foreign soil, we went back and forth. That one could have gone either way. You lose that one, no big deal. But then the Panthers and the Raiders, when Josh Jacobs went off, and obviously you couldn't stop that, but the Panthers won. That specifically, that's the difference between, making it or not making it. And I know that you guys will clean that up, going into next year. So I think you do. Ask anybody if they would rather watch Seattle or Tampa this year in the playoffs. And even if you hate Tampa or you hate Seattle, I would probably predict 8 out of 10 or 9 out of 10 would say Seattle, because they're more entertaining. Geno can throw the ball. Brady really can't, but we are getting healthy at the right time. It sounds like Jensen, the center, might be coming back, and offensive line's getting healthier. We don't have Gronk, but it's looking like things are getting a little bit better. So we got the whole Bills team out here. So we first had one injury, and then this one is like a spinal. What is it? ACL, MCL, spinal? What's going on here? Usually when it's like this, it's more than just a ACL, MCL, PCL. What is this?
So we're going to take
Oh, CPR. Holy shit.
Past two breaks that we've taken, as Lisa said, Damar Hamlin is
Sarah with a $5. Appreciate you. Bang, bang, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Do we even know who it is on the ground? Did they even say who it is? Bang, bang. Because if you're doing fucking CPR, do they got knocked out and they're not breathing? Jesus. $5. Let's get to a hundo, baby. Let's do it. Yeah, I would be, because like I said, you can't beat the Bengals. And I mean, you do have the Bills number, right? You have the Bills number, but maybe this is the year the Bills, get you. And then the Bengals have beaten you guys 3 times in a row. So you guys have no formula on how to beat them. It's going to come down to those 3 teams. And, but let's be honest, it could be the Bills, the Bengals, or the Chiefs, right? And you could still lose the Super Bowl, because you got to think about the teams in the NFC. They're more well-balanced. Eagles and the Niners. If the Cowboys somehow by a miracle get there, they have balance too. We just have to worry about play calling and coaching from McCarthy and Kellen Moore. But all 3 of those teams are built better overall than the Bills, the Bengals, or the Chiefs. They got the Hall of Fame quarterbacks on the AFC side. But let's be honest, does anyone really trust the Bills defense, the Chiefs defense, or the Bengals defense game in and game out? Hell no, you don't. You just know that the offense is so good that you're going to outscore 9 out of 10 teams you play against. And then you just got to pray that the O-line and the defense hold up enough where you play at least average on defense and you don't just blow the game. None of the teams on the AFC have elite defense as far as the 3 contenders. And you could probably argue that the Bengals defense is the best out of the 3, because I think it is. The Bills has names, but they keep getting hurt. Right. And then the Chiefs has, some names, right? But sometimes they don't get production from the sack lunches on the D line, and the secondary gets fucking toasted. You know what I mean? So, sometimes they step up, but I think a lot of times when we watch Chief games, we're a little underwhelmed. We're like, come on, but the defense is nowhere near, on the same page as the offense. And like I said, they do have talent on the Bills, on the Chiefs, and the Bengals. But, like I said, it's all about being hot and healthy at the right time. I'll give you some Reggie White.
now for both teams are so tight around Damar Hamlin. It's tough.
Damar Hamlin.
Cameras in there. Maybe that's for the best, but they have him on a backboard, I am told, and now on a stretcher.
Hopefully he's okay. Damn, this is taking a long time. You got to think they delayed the game like 20 minutes, so it must be very, very serious. If they had to do fucking CPR and they got him on the stretcher. Normally, when they have an injury like this, it's like one commercial break, they get him on the stretcher, they wave, and then, you move on. But, I don't know if we anticipated anything like this.
I want to say at this point, we'll give you an update as soon as we can. We'll send it to Susie Colbert.
Okay, Joe, we're watching just this emotional scene play out in Cincinnati from here in our New York studios. Damar Hamlin, Pitt grad, 24 years old.
Hopefully he's okay.
Administered CPR down, obviously, for an extended period of time. And just to watch the emotion.
So what? I need more information. Like, is it? It's more than just him getting the wind knocked out of him and getting knocked out. It has to be something, complications from one thing leading to something else when he got landed on or something happened. But
that's how it is. It's not necessarily about.
prayers up for him.
We play a bottom game, and we just hate to see it. That's all. I just pray for the young man, pray for his family right now. That's all I can say. All I know how to do right now.
Well, when a teammate is down, and then the game is expected to resume, how as a player do you gather yourself?
I've never been in that situation. I don't even know if any of these players are thinking about that right now. I think.
Yeah, Booger. Because you never were on the goddamn field for Tampa. Always fucking hurt.
About their teammate, because their teammate on the field is bigger than whatever's going to happen at some point tonight on the field. The well-being of their teammate is bigger than whatever the outcome of this game is going to be. So I don't think these players are worried. I wouldn't be worried about that. I don't think they're concerned about that.
And I've been saying this for a couple months. You know what I mean? It's funny too, because like I said, I'll say something and then all of a sudden, it'll be no one else is talking about it. And then all of a sudden, maybe a couple weeks or a couple days pass, and then all the other outlets start saying the same exact thing. Because I know they got people on different social media teams and whatnot, going over things, but there'll be a lot of times where Sarah will send me some information and I've already said it. Like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and they're coming out with different, like, oh, where we think Brady's going to land. I already told you it was going to be Raiders or Dolphins, and then the sleeper would be the Niners, and then now you got other people and other outlets. Like, come on, man. It's either you read or you don't. You either know or you don't. But I definitely think that if Burrow gets to the Super Bowl again, regardless if they lose, I think people's eyes need to open up, and we need to start giving Burrow a little bit more love than Mahomes and Herbert and Josh Allen. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's the guy that probably him and Herbert, don't get as much love as obviously Josh Allen and Mahomes. And we know Mahomes and Allen are, polarizing figures and whatnot. But I think with the clutch factor, Mahomes is up there. But I think Burrow, to me, is more clutch than Josh Allen and Herbert. I mean, Herbert needs better coaching. They need to, not have this injury curse. And I think Herbert will get better and better and better. He'll have the touchdowns. He'll have the yards. And he's got a cannon, just like Josh Allen. But for me, even over Herbert, and I'm a Herbert guy, I think Burrow, to me, is a little bit better. But also it depends on who your receivers are, your O-line, the defense, the whole squad. But there's just something really special about Joe Burrow. And again, if he ends up making it, then we can throw that narrative out of the window that if you make the Super Bowl and win, you're not going back. If you win the Super Bowl and lose, you're not going back. But maybe Joe Burrow is a little Joe Montana. What happens if they actually do make it, even if they lose to the Eagles, or Niners or Cowboys, whatever, more than likely Eagles, right? Even if they would lose, I think people would be like, wow. You know what I mean? Like, like we've been giving up way too much love, because I don't think people really give a lot of love to Herbert, but we've been giving up maybe too much love to Mahomes and Allen. And we need to start recognizing that Burrow might be just as good as those guys, maybe better. You know what I mean? As far as clutch factor, everything that he does. And he's gone through the most adversity out of those four quarterbacks as well. What happened to him in college, Ohio State, having to go to LSU, tearing the ACL, then coming back and going to the Super Bowl. I've always kind of had this, niche, for certain players and the intangibles. And I definitely like calm, cool, collected Burrow. The only one that I can really put above him for sure is Mahomes, but I like Burrow over Josh Allen. I like Burrow even over Herbert. And I know some people might think that's crazy, but that's just me, based on the games that I've watched. And I love Josh Allen and I love Herbert. All four of those guys are going to be Hall of Famers. But there's just something about Joe that's just different. And I think that he will win a Super Bowl before his career is up with Cincinnati or someone else. I know Josh Allen's going to win one. Mahomes will get another one or two more than likely. The only mystery is probably going to be Herbert, just because of the coaching is shitty, play calling is shitty, and then their defense always gets hurt. So Herbert is at the biggest disadvantage unless Sean Payton comes there and turns shit around, or Herbert ends up going to another team after, and then he can take, his game to the next level. So, yeah, we will see. But, yeah, I've been talking about Joey B, the Tiger King, for months now, and it seems like they are the hottest team to me in the AFC right now. Shep in the building. What to do? How are you? I'm grinding, man. I'm grinding. How are you?
Frantically administering CPR to this 24-year-old.
The player went down, and then they had to get the backboard, and then he stopped breathing, and then they had to do CPR. So the game has been delayed for like 20 minutes. So they're just praying right now on the field, and they haven't even showed the replay to see what happened, if he, if someone blindsided him or if he just got helmet to helmet. I'm not sure. Are they going to show the replay? I doubt it, based on what happened.
First of all, I've never seen anything like this. And then
It's a hit, then he stands up and collapses. Yeah.
The Buffalo Bills or the Cincinnati Bengals really continue on
Right.
to play.
Also, sometimes there's underlying conditions because maybe they haven't had a recent physical and there's some other thing going on in their body, and then obviously in that physical, nature of the hits, and stuff, and hopefully his heart didn't stop, or he doesn't have like a heart condition or a heart palpitation. But sometimes you can have the heart or the neck, and then obviously, but they said that they had to do CPR. I don't know if I've ever seen a player have to be administered CPR. Usually I see people knocked out, but I don't really see people like CPR to revive them. Hopefully he's okay.
During the break, and this is uncharted water really forever, right? 20 years, I've never felt what I'm feeling right now. Haven't seen what we have been watching for the last 10, 15 minutes, and it just puts.
Is that what it is? Did you look it up? Oh boy, is getting into the medical terms here.
Across the field to Sean McDermott as these two head coaches are going to get together again.
So what does that mean?
Hey guys, just so much emotion down here on the Bills sideline right now. After Hamlin was taken away by ambulance, the Bills players just came to their sideline and they just looked devastated. Some players just sat staring out of the field. Other players were hugging each other. Other guys were openly weeping. At one point, Stephon Diggs tried to refocus everybody. He called everybody to gather around him. I could hear him trying to fire the team up, but after that was over, again, players back to the bench, just looking devastated, hugging each other, and openly crying.
Yeah, Lisa, as we said, they've been given 5 minutes to quote unquote get ready to go back to playing. That's the word we get from the league and the word we get from down the field, but nobody's moving. I mean, nobody's out there really warming up. Everybody's just stagnant.
Oh, wow.
And it looks like Sean McDermott, after talking to Zach Taylor, is going to pull his team off the field. Joe, just talked with New York in the command center.
Oh, wow.
The situation has risen to a point where they want.
Well, they don't want the guy to fucking die.
Coaches, personnel, an opportunity to go back.
Well, they probably want to make sure that the person is okay, but.
And so the game has temporarily been suspended to give them the opportunity
To kind of get refocused and whatnot, go to the locker room and talk about it a little bit. I mean, we've already been delayed for about 20 some minutes, but I can't assume that they're going to be able to go out there and, I know the Bengals are ready to go. The Bengals are ready to go, but the Bills mentally are fucked right now. So if anything, this is going to be helping Buffalo, not necessarily Cincinnati. Cincinnati wants to get out there and continue that Uncle Mo and that momentum. So if anything, this is just to, help the Buffalo Bills mentally. And then hopefully we get some good information and that player doesn't die. Because if that player dies on the way to the hospital, that would be, I don't know. Damar Hamlin injury, 23 minutes.
Regain any type of composure where you can come out and expect to play in a competitive football game.
I'm not sure anything's off the table. I think at this point with what we.
Damn, he's been down on the field for 9 minutes and administered CPR twice. Wow.
I think they're just trying to do what's best interest of this athlete.
Wow, that's crazy.
We'll keep you updated right now. We'll send it back to the studio.
So what do we think? Do we think the game is actually going to?
No, it's a complete unknown.
I don't know what's going to happen now. That's great. This is, like I said, I've been watching football since 1985. I've never seen this before. This is a first for me. You know what I mean? But if the artery got severed and the guy was unconscious and they did CPR twice and he might die, hopefully they can get him to the hospital quick enough so that way he doesn't die on the way to the hospital and he can recover. But we didn't even really get a chance to see like a replay or see what happened. All of a sudden the play ended. I mean, there was some kind of hit. Supposedly the guy got up, went down, and then that's when the chaos, obviously, and everyone was kneeling down. And we thought it was just like an ACL, MCL, PCL, but apparently it's much more serious than that. So.
I don't want to hear about the game. I don't want to hear about the game plan. I don't want to hear about what the NFL is talking about. I want to hear about how my teammate is doing. Is he okay? I need to hear that before I can talk about anything else tonight.
That's why they go to the locker room. That's why they suspend us right now. Because we haven't seen a situation like this before.
Yep. I'll say we've never seen this before. So how does that happen if the artery, so did he get like chopped in the neck or he got hit in the neck and then that's how it happened? Like in the throat neck area? Because that's what they were saying where the, where the artery is. That's fucking scary as hell. And that's where it goes from the neck area to the heart.
We've never seen that. We've never seen an ambulance come on the field. Player administered CPR. The game temporarily suspended.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like I said, then they, obviously they got to be able to refund the tickets. And what do? We just play the game tomorrow at that point. So, I mean, they're going to have to delay it at least a minimum 30 minutes, I would assume, a minimum. You know what I mean? And I know the Bengals will be ready to go. I mean, they're very concerned as well. But again, if it happens to the other team, this is more for Buffalo. And obviously their players, their coaches, their staff, and mentally for them, I think Cincinnati would, they're concerned by everything. I get it, but Cincinnati could go right now. Buffalo can't. And so I think Buffalo at this point, they don't want to go out there and then then they use it as an excuse. Oh, we lost the game because our guy got hurt and we couldn't get mentally back in it. Because obviously for playoff positioning, 12-3 versus 11-4, and where the Chiefs are sitting right now, this is a big game. This does mean something. So the helmet hit the clavicle. How has this never happened before? You know what I mean? Injuries are crazy, but I know clavicles have been broken before, but man, that is crazy. Yeah, I hope he makes it too. Well, if he passes, no shit, we can't play. But we don't know if he's. I mean, by the time they, release the information, you know what I mean. They're probably, rushing him to the hospital and whatnot. But I mean, what are they going to do? They're just going to wait to see if he died or not, and then decide to restart the game or not, or have it go to tomorrow. I hope he pulls through though. Maybe they should have put him on the backboard a little bit sooner and just took him straight to the hospital. But obviously they're trying to revive him with the CPR and whatnot. That's crazy. I mean, I don't think we've ever seen a player die on the field before. This would be a first. Hopefully he doesn't and he pulls through. But yeah, I don't know if this I'm not sure if this game is going to continue or not. I mean, we probably have to wait, maybe 30 minutes to an hour to see if they, replay it. But I can imagine if the Bills lose, I mean, they will make excuses, because of the situation and the injury that happened and whatnot. But, oh, wow, look at the snow. Damn, Josh. Damn, that's crazy. All right, let's show some of Josh. Josh works in the it does like oil and like oil rig stuff, and he's out there in Utah and he's working with his hands, mechanical engineer, oil rig type stuff, and working outside. And he just sent me some photos of what it looks like in his hometown there, and where like him to work. Let me see if I can pull this up. Let's see. All right, one sec here.
Because this is playoff season.
And Josh, that snow is legit. All right, let's try to get our minds off of the football for just a second. We can take a peek at Josh here in Utah. Man, You weren't kidding about the snow, man. Like a foot or two. My gosh. All right, let's take a look at Josh and some of the photos here that he sent. Here's the first one. Damn, you got a lot of snow out there, man. That is crazy. And you're working outside too. Much respect, man. And I know you've been doing it for, a long time, 18, 20 years, something like that. So much respect, dude. Not a lot of people would have the cojones to be able to do something like that. Stay out there in the cold weather and grind it out. But hopefully everything ends up being okay. Because fucking A, man, we don't want to have a death on the football field. That would not be good. It's like a freak accident. Like I said, I don't think we've ever seen anything like this before, ever. Wow, crazy. You definitely got that crazy weather out there in Utah for sure.
Wednesday, ESPN.
The emotion tonight that we're all experiencing is really hard to describe as we pray for Bill's safety, Damar Hamlin.
Oh, wow. Holy cow.
Not speculate. All we do know is that
Zini Panini in the building. How are you? Appreciate you. I had to check up on you to make sure that you were okay. I haven't heard from you in a little while. Appreciate you. Bang, bang. Boom, boom. Bang, bang. 15 Dara Hara. From my girl Zini Panini. Let me know what you want to see as we're waiting. We're just trying to wait to see, right now with Damar Hamlin, if he's going to be okay. Let's throw up a picture of Damar Hamlin first, and then I'll throw up some Eagle photos for you, and then we'll see if this will be something that we actually continue with the game or not.
Hopefully, the Bills and the doctors are communicating with the family. I can only imagine what my family would want to know. They would want updates of what's going on, and just to make sure that in real time they're being updated. That's somebody's son, somebody's brother, somebody's father. Like they want to know what's going on.
All right, let's get a photo of Damar here so we can pray for him. We've had a lot of people, a lot of close people to the channel that aren't doing too well. Nate the Great's in the hospital right now. Allen's in the hospital right now. There's a lot of praying to do, but here's Damar Hamlin, 6th-round pick. Hopefully he's okay. Clavicle must have got cracked, and then it went into an artery, and then he went unconscious, and they gave him CPR twice, rushed him to the hospital, and now we're waiting. We have no idea what's going on. So. Wisconsin did? Wow. 40 inches of snow? Jeez. Yeah, Zini, we miss you. We miss you tremendously. Oh, they revived him? Oh, good. $20 in donos. Let's get to a hundo, and hopefully we'll just hang out here, and then we'll wait for the news, and then we can just try to keep the spirits uplifted here the best that we can,
I don't think anybody can say what they want to do until we know what Damar Hamlin's doing. How can anybody make any rational decision until we get update on his condition and how he's doing?
And the longer we don't know that, the longer his health and his well-being, and let's face it, his life is in question, the further away from football we're getting. And if we're going to get further away from football,
Yeah, and hopefully they can figure everything out as well, because they talk about caring so much about concussions and concussion protocol and all that, but goddamn well they don't care about it as much as they say they care about it, especially when you have situations where they try to have players step up for other players that are purely concussed, and then they just keep going. Like these guys that are at the top of the booth that are supposed to be monitoring injuries and whatnot, they're not doing a very good job. And like I said, they need to switch a lot of the turf to grass also. That would eliminate probably about 50 to 60% of the ACL, MCL, PCL tears that we have year in and year out. But a lot of the owners are too cheap to be able to do something like that, because having the real grass costs a lot more than the artificial turf. But there's a lot of things that could be done to improve the health of the players and overall, CTE, brain damage, better helmets, better padding. They know there's a risk, obviously, when you go and play football, where you could end up getting seriously hurt, right? Or you could have serious brain damage or CTE after you're done playing with concussions and whatnot. But at least today they're taking the right, steps where, we would hope they would as the NFL. You just can't carry on in the game when a guy might pass away. You know what I mean? You want to have a little bit of respect for the player, the family, and the team. But, man, like I said, I've been watching football since 1985, and I've never seen anything like this. This is a first, I think, for everyone. And it's kind of crazy that we haven't seen something like this before, where someone's clavicle breaks and then it cuts the artery, and something crazy like this has happened. Because you got to think how serious some of the big hits were in the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s, when they were a little bit more reckless. So prayers up, and I hope he's doing okay. In the time being, I'll throw up a couple photos here for Zini Panini, and then we'll put it back on there as well for our guy. Damar Hamlin, I'll throw a couple photos up for him. I know she loves Brian Dawkins as much as me, so I'll throw Brian Dawkins up here. If there's anything specific, Zini, you want to see player-wise, let me know. I got you. And then we'll throw up some photos of the injured player while we're waiting.
Hi, welcome to Toyotathon.
Thanks. Now that the holidays are over, I'm getting Camry.
And we're getting a RAV4 hybrid. And I'm getting a Tundra.
Oh, and you're getting a belly rub.
And I'm getting a truck. Toyota Thumb is on. Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, our no-cost maintenance plan with roadside assistance. Visit your local Toyota dealer to learn more. Reserve yours at Toyota.com.
Come in today, but you're already here.
Toyota, let's go places.
Start the new year off right during the final days of the Ford Shine Right sales event. Don't miss your chance to choose from a great selection of new Ford vehicles in stock and ready for delivery, or place a custom order, lock in your...
Yeah, at least he's got the proper medical staff, there to, and hopefully they're at the hospital by now. So I don't think the hospital's that far from the stadium. So okay, I'll take a quick peek. 8K? Whoa, really? Oh, we already know that. You already know it's a business. Yeah, of course they don't necessarily care about the safety. They act like they do, but they clearly don't. It's all about how much money they can make. That's very true.
It's not food, it's pet insurance. So when you get hurt or sick and you need expensive medicine or surgery...
Well, yeah, I mean, with Tua, he shouldn't even be playing for the rest of the year. That's big facts. Yeah, me either. I haven't seen this type of injury on any level either.
Here tonight, this is at 8:59 Eastern, when the ambulance was on the field to take Damar Hamlin away. He went down at 8:55:03. The athletic trainers immediately came out and were all around him. And when they first tried to get him into the ambulance, they had to place him back down on the ground, and that's when the CPR was being administered, and it was administered for many minutes here on the field. And then everybody kind of...
There he is. Prayers up for him.
It was like people were just in shock, and with good reason, especially down on the field. Then when we got the update that within 5 minutes these players were going to start playing football again, we saw Zach Taylor live walk across the field to Sean McDermott. They talked for a moment. The two teams went into their locker rooms, and we are told that if there is any postponement of the game, that will come from New York, from Commissioner Goodell after speaking with these two teams. And like they've been saying back at the desk, Troy, and I think it was said best by Book back there when he said, we're talking about life and death here. We're getting further and further away from talking about football. And you know that these players, everybody down on that field, wants to know the status of Damar Hamlin, which right now we don't have a lot of clarity on before any decision is made to get back out there and play football.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't think the players
Prayers up for him. I hope he's okay.
want to or be willing to go out and take the field until they know that he's okay. You said it. They were administering CPR for many, many minutes, and the Buffalo Bills players were surrounding him, watching it all. I just
imagine if the player would have died on the field. Obviously, we know then the game is not going to be today. You know what I mean? But that could have been pretty traumatic. Obviously for not only the Bengals players and the staff and the people watching on TV and there, but the Bills. Their whole team. Hard to be able to get past this. I don't know if they're going to play this game.
I just don't know how any of these players can come out and play football.
Let's check in with Lisa.
Well, guys, I can only tell you what I'm able to see and hear.
See, that's what I was saying. That's what I said. You know what I mean? That maybe there was a pre-existing heart condition or something. Yeah, that's what I, sometimes, when you have like heart palpitations or you have some kind of condition, and then that, obviously that hit, if the clavicle broke and if an artery got torn or something happened there, maybe that's possibly what would have happened.
Bengals reporter Ben Baby says the ambulance left the stadium at 9:25 Eastern. Hamlin's family came down from the stands to be with him in the ambulance. Per Bills reporter Elena Getzenberg. We will continue to monitor. We will continue to pray, hold our breath as we are in a holding pattern with what just transpired on this field here in Cincinnati.
For real. And this was going to be like, one of the best matchups, not only for this month, but for like the year, but at this point we have to, player safety and the health of the player. And, mentally, like I said, I'm not sure if anyone can get past it today. They might have to call it, but I guess we'll have to find out. Goodell is probably, on the phone with, the paramedic people or the people at the hospital to try to figure out if the player is stable or not. And hopefully the player doesn't pass away today or tomorrow. That's going to be, they can always reschedule the game and then continue it from where we left off. That's not a problem, but scary stuff. I imagine this won't be the last time that we see something like this. You know what I mean? We just never want to see someone lose their life on the field or after the field, going to the hospital and like a freak tackle or something. So.
Plus, get access to over 1,300 airport lounges. And maybe see the one and only Taylor Swift. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
But we'll stay on here, until they say, if we're going to go or not.
Here's the thing about good times in life. We don't always realize we're there.
It's not breathing on his own.
Superstars, rising stars, jokers, and freaks collide. This time could be up there with the greatest of times. It's a beautiful time for basketball. Bucks, Raptors.
Oh, wow. That's crazy, Josh.
Wednesday, ESPN.
Big old drill. Man, you guys got that weather there in Utah. Oh, prayers up. This guy's got to make it, man. This is just, we're just going into 2023 and, And as much as we love football and our players and our team, sometimes there's things that are just bigger than football. And a lot of times we like to say, my team, my players, me, even though we're not dressed up out there, but we invest a lot of time and money, on knickknacks and jerseys and, hoodies and, tickets to games. We take a lot of pride in, saying that, we, my team, but in this case, some things are bigger than the sport of football. And we'll have to find out if they decide to cancel this game or reschedule it.
The NFL community joined the
Still waiting.
for second-year player, 24-year-old Damar Hamlin, taken to UC Medical Center from the stadium this evening. Went down after taking hits.
All right. Well, we got to pull up some photos of something that to lighten the mood a little bit. So if you guys have any suggestions, I'll still keep all the Damar Hamlin photos up so that way we can see who we're talking about and what's going on. And prayers up for him, and hopefully everything will be okay and he'll be able to breathe on his own and get the proper surgery and be all right. But in the time being, if there's anything that anybody wants to see to kind of lighten the mood, food or whatever, just type it in for a suggestion and we can go down that route. And then we'll just wait. And then, like I said, we'll either continue the stream or we'll end the stream and then I'll be back tomorrow. I don't mind grinding, you know what I mean? I always grind for usually 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours on each stream that I do. But it's like when you have something serious like this, it's kind of hard to be like, all right, let's, look at, this now. And, in the back of our minds, we're all, thinking about the player as well. So.
We're done playing football. We're done. Let's move on. We as a network will figure out what to do. We'll put something up. Joe and Troy, that's the last thing they're concerned about is calling the football game. Nobody's concerned about football.
Yeah, I would assume that they'll call this game. I mean, if it's already been like a 20-minute delay and then another 20 to 30-minute delay, if they're concerned about ratings and money and all that, then they probably continue the game. You know what I mean? But if they're smart, they would cancel it till tomorrow, but probably Wednesday would be more appropriate. You know what I mean? If you do it Wednesday, then it gives you tonight, then it gives you to tomorrow to reflect, right? And then, maybe we can get back on board and they just start the game from where we left off in the first quarter. So. Tough. But at least I'm able to show the photos. No other, streamer really is, they're just talking about him, but they're not able to really show what he looks like. And that's a good benefit of me, being original and not being like everyone else and, being able to show you the photos. And in this case, this is great because we do need to see what he looks like instead of just, looking him up or seeing it on Twitter or whatnot. It's nice to be able to put a name with a face. And I was trying to think, I was like, is it this guy? And I was like, oh, okay. Obviously 6th-round pick too. Oh, prayers up. I don't even know what to do at this point.
Is in the Caesar Sportsbook app with Caesar's rewards, the more you play, the more stuff you earn, and they have fast payouts because Caesar is the man. Yes! Is that a thing? How is that even possible? Nice job, Coach. It's clean.
Oh man. And I was really excited for, this game because like I said, when you're a full-time YouTuber or Twitch streamer, I'm watching more games than probably anybody that instead of maybe that works at NFL Network. I'm watching a lot of games. Sarah's watching a lot of games, and we've sat through terrible NFL football this year. There hasn't been very many like quality, great games, and it's just unfortunate that we had this situation tonight. But again, they can always replay the game tomorrow or Wednesday. We're going to get it, and we just need to make sure that he is okay. because obviously it's not. I don't really know. They haven't really given us any updates or anything like that. I assume that he can't breathe on his own, but I just can't see them starting back the game up unless, they're doing it based off ratings. And the thing is if you end up starting the game, what kind of backlash are you going to get from all the media outlets and everyone on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, people that care and people that don't even give a shit about the player or the teams playing? Then they're going to start chiming in and, putting in their 2 cents, even if they don't give a shit about football, So I don't know. I just think the backlash, if they do start this game up, it's not going to be good. You know what I mean? At this point, even if the guy is okay, he's going to survive, he's going to be fine. I still think that, if they're going to suspend the game this long already, you might as well just call it a day and then we'll figure things out later on. So.
Is this stuff really fresh?
Yes. I mean, yeah, we don't have freezers.
Absolutely. And that's why I'm happy, with my format. No one else is really doing what I'm doing. And this is a perfect example where everyone else that's, doing the NFL, they're talking about them, but no one knows what they look like, unless they're going to Instagram or Twitter or Google and looking them up. So definitely want to show him the proper respect that he deserves. And this could happen to anybody on any given team, contender or pretender. I mean, it's more than just football. It's a human life now. And, prayers up, man. Such a freak injury. I hope we don't ever see anything like this again. And we have to be thankful that we haven't seen this before, and hopefully he pulls through. Why? What does he say? To start the game back up? He's probably got money on the game.
There is simply no precedent for this, so we do not know what the next step will be. There are very few details on the status of Damar Hamlin at this moment. We are told that he was transported to UC Medical Center, which is the only level 1 trauma center in the area. As we mentioned, his family, in particular his mother, was here in the crowd tonight. She rode with him, evidently. But beyond that, we do not have any more detail to pass along, including his status at the moment. It's been just over 50 minutes since he hit T. Higgins over the middle of this field, stood up immediately, and then went down. CPR administered by the medical personnel on the field. It was feverish. Players, some were watching, some were turned away.
Yeah. Plus, when you see someone unconscious and they're not breathing, that's not normal, especially on the field. It's more like, wiggling around in pain, ACL, MCL, PCL. They get them on the backboard and, and then the thumbs up comes up and then, things are okay. But this is far from that.
I'm sure with social media, this crowd is well aware of the gravity of the situation with Damar Hamlin. And we just don't know what the next step is. Whether we're playing football here tonight, which seems hard to fathom, if this game will be pushed to another night this week.
Yeah.
But as has been
I'll read Skip Bayless's tweet here in a second.
Who cares? This is about Damar Hamlin, his health, how he is at this moment, and what his status is. So we continue to wait, and we continue to.
All right, let's look at some. Let's look at the 2 biggest clowns in sports right now.
Because I know that the concern for Damar Hamlin goes across this country right now, and beyond, I'm sure, with what transpired on this field here tonight. So we'll take a break, come back, give up any updates we can as we continue from Cincinnati.
All right, let's look at some clowns. All right, Skip Bayless, this is what he said 17 minutes ago. No doubt the NFL is considering postponing the rest of the game, but how? This late in the season, a game of this magnitude is crucial to the regular season outcome, which suddenly seems so irrelevant. Idiot. And, you got to think these guys getting $5, $6, $7, $8 million a year to be wrong and to be fake. I mean, it must be nice, being that type of person. But you got to wake up and look in the mirror knowing that, you're saying things that aren't true. Everything is fake about you. You know what I mean? And you can just wake up knowing that you're a millionaire and you're okay with that. I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be able to sell my soul for money. Sorry. You know what I mean? Just not going to do it, man. Money's great, but it's not everything. Fucking Skip. What an idiot, dude.
I'm switching. I think the bike's probably faster.
Now is the best time to switch to Verizon for just $25 a line, guaranteed for 3 years. You're saving the last on the network you want. Verizon.
Well, I'm not 100% sold yet. Okay, have you?
It's fine, Bluff. She's not interested.
Skip. Fucking dummy.
Bundle and save. Trip to Bora Bora. Bora boring.
Well, I wish there was
I'm in.
something that we could do to kind of pass the time, but it's just such a, kind of scary situation. It's tough to be able to really, the last time that I felt kind of like this and kind of felt a little uneasy is like when we had the Uvalde, the shooting with the kids in the classroom. And then when that shit happened, I didn't even want to record, for a day or two. That shit was, not good. You know what I mean? Anytime you have some, crazy stuff like that with like a school shooter and you're, hearing about the kids dying and things like that. And I mean, that's the last time that I've felt like this, you know what I mean? And obviously that scenario was much more graphic and more, obviously, people's lives are at stake. We know that, but yeah, I remember after that, the Uvalde thing happened. I was like, fuck, man, I don't feel good. Like it took me a couple days to get right. Like, and hopefully they take the proper precautions and even though that, there's people like me and other YouTubers and Twitch streamers, that they want to be able to call the game. They want to be able to engage with the fans, make donations and make money. There's more than, there's more to life than getting some extra fucking donos and getting some fucking extra people in the room. Someone's life is on the line. You know what I mean? And you can always tell the people that are greedy, the people that only care about money and care about themselves, or the people that have a little bit of humanity that actually care, about people and life in general.
What I can see, all of the game officials are out here outside of the Bills locker room. One of the officials went into the Bills locker room a few moments ago. He came out.
Looks like McDermott and some of the people are on the phone, maybe with the mom, the family or something.
McDermott was talking to someone on the phone. Zach Taylor was also outside the Bills locker room. They handed the phone to Zach Taylor.
Yeah, but also too, like I said, they encourage that because you got to think a lot of America's youth, they like ignorance. You know what I mean? They like people that knock people out, sit there and watch World Star videos and, people arguing. There is this like cancel culture that's out there, but there's a younger generation where they just like the ignorant people, the people that have the 5 seconds of fame, whatever it is, and watching people get knocked out, people screaming at each other, arguing. There's just certain people that live for that type of drama. You know what I mean? And sports talk isn't that way. It's really shifting away from that. And that's why ESPN and Fox Sports and, a lot of these networks, the ratings are going down the shitter because people would rather watch people like me or, Tom or Perna or these other people. You would rather go to a community where you feel like you can kind of, I don't know, maybe feel more of a connection than some of the hosts that they have on TV and podcasts and whatnot. It's just, I don't know. I feel like the connection with the fans from the people that are on TV and podcasts, you don't really feel a connection anymore. Just a lot of fakeness. The only one that really does a fantastic job is Pat McAfee and the boys. I mean, other than that, I can't really say any other show that I feel that is as good and as authentic and real. Obviously I try to do a similar job as Pat. I just try to keep it real, not biased, be genuine. You know what I mean? But it just seems like there's just so many people that are so fake out there that they only care about views, subs, money, clickbait. You know what I mean? That's all they care about. There's more to life than that. You know what I mean? There really is. But for these people that are obsessed with streaming or their TV show or their podcast, you can definitely tell, the people that are actually human, that have a heart, that care about people, and the people that care about themselves. That's very clear.
You can see the Bills equipment staff is starting to gather their equipment over on the sideline. So we just have no official word. But if you start piecing this together, you have to.
But no matter what Skip or Stephen A says, they're not going to get fired. And they think that those guys are like the catalysts of the network. No one watches Stephen A. You know what I mean? And then you got dumbasses like Emmanuel Acho that's just like a baby Stephen A. You know what I mean? He's younger and he's just as obnoxious as Stephen A. I don't mind Skip as much as Stephen A, but definitely the fakeness is there. Producers, have some kind of topic. We know you're a Cowboy fan, but go over the top. And Cowboys Super Bowl every year. It's not realistic. Even Skip knows the Cowboys aren't Super Bowl contenders every year. But you get these people that watch him that actually believe and hang on every word that Shannon and Skip say, or these people, and it's just ridiculous. All for clicks, all for comments, and that way they get that response, instead of actually just being normal and genuine and real and and just talking about how sports really is, you know what I mean? Because they think that gets better ratings, but that shows you America loves fake. America loves fake. America loves, especially the American youth. They love the fakeness of it all. It's cooler to be fake than be real. Sad. I would hope so. And I imagine Skip, when he made that comment, it was like, 17, 18, 20. It was 17 minutes ago that he made the comment. You know what I mean? And of course, he'll have some kind of fake apology, after. And the only reason he's going to apologize is because he's being called out by other celebrities and other pro players and whatnot, So we're still waiting. Yeah, what a dummy, Skip. I mean, you just got to, know that you're with your platform, Yeah, but then the last line in his tweet, that's going to make it like, okay. So, and then we'll read it here again. This is Skip 17 minutes ago. There you go. And then, like, imagine how many people watch these guys. I know I don't. I never will watch these guys. I mean, like I said, if you enjoy fake TV, you know what I mean? You go right ahead. No doubt the NFL is considering postponing the rest of the game, says Skip Bayless. But how? This late in the season, a game of this magnitude is crucial to the regular season outcome. And then he writes, which suddenly seems so irrelevant. So just because he put which suddenly seems so irrelevant, that makes it okay for what you said. You know what I mean? Because obviously he's trying to be like, okay, well, we need to play the game. But now, the human aspect of it in that last line makes it okay for what you said in that previous, paragraph. Fuck out of here, dude. Fucking dummy. No. I will never watch these guys, ever, ever, ever. Even if you paid me to watch these guys, I wouldn't watch them. I mean, like I said, I can't even watch fucking Good Morning Football anymore. I can't. You know what I mean? It's not a good show. Kay's replacement sucks, right? Schrager is a fucking goon. He just goes to other YouTube channels and steals material like for me, right? The only thing good about it is Kyle Brandt and Angry Runs, but I haven't even watched this year. You know what I mean? I'm not going to support a channel like that. And McCourty's okay, but he ain't no fucking Nate. You know what I mean? I have no reason to watch that fucking show anymore, which is sad because I really, truly loved that show. Pat McAfee show, GMFB, Good Morning Football. Can't watch it anymore. You know what I mean? I watched a little bit of The Herd, but then right when I started enjoying The Herd with Joy, then Joy left. It's like a revolving door, because they always want to have a male and a female. They always want to make sure they have right people. And obviously they're trying to get more females out there with the sports talk. They want people to be considered of color, Black, Mexican, Asian, to give them a shot to get on there as well. But it just, to me, there are so many underqualified people, that are doing the sports talk. Just because you're a former player don't mean that you're going to be great on the mic. There's a reason why, we only have one Stone Cold and one Rock, and anytime you think your life is fucking depressed and it's depressing, we actually grew up in that era. You know what I mean? We've been alive on Earth for 4 billion years. Okay. And we actually grew up in a time where we got to see Stone Cold and The Rock. And there's a reason why those guys are so great. And it wasn't just because what they did in the ring, because the microphone skills were top notch. And that's facts. But a lot of these guys, man, it's all for shock value. Skip Bayless, Stephen A. No repercussions, no threats to be fired based on what you tweet or what you say in the show. I just feel like sports talk, that's why most people don't watch sports talk anymore. And I feel people actually watch, people like me and the others on YouTube, they watch more of their content here because you can actually relate with the hosts. And, most of the people, I can't speak for other channels because a lot of them are, dumbasses and they don't actually know as much football as they think they do. There's a lot of shitty channels that are out there, but for the ones that actually care about the channel and care about more than just money, about doing the research and the film study, you can tell which channels know football and know sports and the ones that don't, and the ones that are faking it. You can try to fake it till you make it, but there's a lot of channels that just because you have people in the room doesn't mean you're a good channel. That's facts. Oh, Skip Bayless, you fucking clown. I know. Like who's going to watch that? You know what I mean? They do that on all the shows in the morning. I refuse to watch any of those shows. I will never do it. Never. I do my own research. You know what I mean? I'll watch Pat McAfee a little bit, and maybe once in a while I'll flip on the herd, and that's it. I will not watch anything else.
And they will get with the teams, and they will try to find a date or whatever their next move is. But for this evening,
this is facts. The billionaires paying the millionaires, telling you that the poor, minorities, disabled, chronically ill, and immigrants are the problem. But in the reality, it's the boys up top. You know what I mean? Because like I said, if it was me, and I was a millionaire or a billionaire, I would be trying to help as many people as I could. But as we know, a lot of those people that are millionaire and billionaire, the reason they got there is because they don't help anyone but themselves. And that's how they got to that point. They don't fucking help people. They fucking penny pinch and, they try to do as little as possible to help people out, which is kind of sad, because there's so many people that do need help, but they're never going to see it, as long as you're up in that 1% of those millionaires and billionaires. But I'll tell you what, if I ever get to a point, or if I win the lottery, or if I get to a point where I do become, a millionaire or close to, I'm definitely going to be helping out a lot of people. I definitely want to help people, with their dreams and their goals, and, try to get a YouTube studio here in Oregon to help people out there. And, it's just about, showing the love and showing the appreciation, and obviously helping people achieve something that maybe they thought they couldn't. That's what it's about. It's not about how much money you have, and it's not about, how many material items you have. When you go to the grave, you can't bring your Lambo in the grave with you. You know what I mean? It's about how you make people feel. It's about what you do for people and how people remember you. If you listened, if you were there, if you helped them. That's facts. And that's my ultimate goal, to try to help as many people as I can while I'm breathing here on planet Earth. All right, so the game is suspended. So that is the good solution. As much as I love football and I love this game, it just would be weird to play this game right now, with everything. So.
We picked up at a time that at this point is undetermined. We talked about coming in, it seems silly to even talk about the specifics of where these teams are in their divisional races, their battle for the top.
Well, that's facts. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Well, Peter Schrager watches the show and steals stuff from me. What does that say? I'm not even famous yet. You know what I mean? Like I'm a channel that's like bubbling, just at the cusp of 20,000 subs, but there's people that got 50 or 100 or 200, 300, 500,000 subs. You know what I mean? But it's all about the effort. Do you watch film? Do you read? And I guarantee no one else is working harder than me, especially if I'm putting in about 16 hours a day out of a 24-hour day. You know what I mean? Because not only can you be an expert about your team, right, your own, but what about the rest of the other 31? That's where I come in, because I try to be an expert for all 32. And I guarantee there's no one else on YouTube that's doing that because they're not willing to put in the time or the effort. It takes a lot of fucking work to watch film of every team, to go to every team website and to learn all the names, all the players, all the coaches, all the GMs. Shit is not easy. That is facts.
Hey, Joe,
Did you actually watch the game? Motherfucker almost died. Okay, so if you're on the field, right, and then you have some kind of injury, right, and it's not ACL, MCL, PCL, and the guy's not breathing and he's unconscious, and they tried to revive him 2 or 3 times, you don't play the fucking game. The guy's in the hospital. The motherfucker might die. So you might not understand that, but that's why. I mean, it's not an ACL, MCL, PCL. dude. The guy almost died on the field. I think it's pretty clear. If a guy almost died on the field and he might possibly die tonight or tomorrow, that's why they don't play the game. Dude, don't be a fucking smartass, bro. Fuck out of here. It's the right time is not fucking today. Tomorrow, Wednesday, some other time. Hey, you know what? I have an answer for you. You know what that answer is? Right there. That's the answer. Fuck out of here.
Here's the statement. Tonight's Buffalo Bills Cincinnati Bengals game has been postponed after Buffalo Bills Damar Hamlin.
I don't have time for fucking idiots. All right. Well, we're an hour and 44 minutes in. Some people are fucking stupid, apparently. So if they, let's play for our fallen brother that might be fucking dead or on the brink of death that can't even fucking breathe on his own. But let's just go out there and fucking play the game. And a lot of people that are young will say stupid shit like that. So people are ignorant as fuck, dude. You know what I mean? You want to go 1-to-1? You want to go head-to-head with me? It ain't going to work out for you, especially if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You know what I mean? This is what happened. Boom. Now you're gone. Okay? Then you got one of these. Okay? See you later, bud. How about have a heart and have some compassion for someone that almost fucking died? Let's get out there and play the game. I got fantasy football guys that are on the field. I need to win my league. Fuck out of here. Well, at this point, I can still continue to stream. Obviously, the vibe of the stream is kind of fucked for anyone that's streaming, at this point. But I guess I'll leave it up to Sarah and the people in the room. If you guys want to, go for a little bit longer, like 15 minutes, I'm willing to go for 15 minutes, end the stream in 2 hours. I could essentially go for a couple more hours. But like I said, the whole vibe of the stream of, me trying to work and, get people in the room and trying to get donos, everything is kind of like fucked right now. Let's just be honest. It's kind of a weird vibe. Like, it's like, let's talk and let me throw up some pictures. It's like even getting donations right now would feel weird for me. You know what I mean? Like there's a life that's a little bit more important than me getting $5, $10, $15, $50 dono. I mean, it's not really, it's not really appropriate at this time. So, oh man, Mike Starr, fucking idiot, dude. You know what I'm saying? People that always are ignorant and young and fucking stupid. You obviously don't know. And these are the type of people that I don't want on the channel. People that are fucking stupid like that. It's not worth my time. You know what I mean? Everyone thinks they're a fucking expert. Okay? This is not how it is. Fucking ignorance. Fucking people, man. All right. So what do we want to do? I'll let you guys decide. A lot of times I let, the fans decide what we do, except for idiot people like Mike. So you let me know what you guys want to do. If you guys want to end the stream, we can end the stream. If you guys want to, keep going for a little bit, we can keep going. It just seems like at this point, I mean, they've already postponed the game. I mean, I can watch the Blazers. The Blazers are playing the Pistons right now. So I guess I can watch this. I mean, since there's something else for me to watch, but just prayers up. Hopefully everything will be okay. Yeah, but like I said, I'm a grinder and I'm always willing to work. It's just very unfortunate, with what happened. I mean, first I had to deal with Skip Bayless's tweet, and then we had to deal with Mike and his ignorance. So, it is what it is. Well, let's pray. Let's do a nice little prayers up for Damar Hamlin, and hopefully he'll be okay. And it looks like the Blazer game is just about to start. So I guess for the time being, I'm doing the Blazer game then at this point. So I'm going to watch the Blazer game and hang out, and whoever wants to hang out with me, fine. But we'll leave the stadium now. And I don't necessarily need to be, in Moda, but we can go to somewhere a little bit nicer, a nicer little vibe here. And let me delete some pictures, but we'll keep all of we'll keep all of Damar's up, but let me delete the rest of these photos. And yeah, I imagine we're going to replay the game. If I had to take a guess, I would assume that they'll replay the game either, probably not tomorrow. I would assume it'll probably be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, like one of those days. They could even push it out to the weekend, you know. All right, Trailblazers, baby. I guess, well, when one thing ends up getting fucked up, then I guess we have to go to something else. So, I mean, this is my full-time job, and, you know, I'm grinding, so I'm going to watch the Blazer game and call the Blazer game here since we can't do football. But sometimes things are bigger than football, okay? You know? And some people that are young are fucking stupid and they don't get it. You know, they care about their fantasy football team, or they care about their Bills and Bengals more than actually a life that might be lost, you know? And it's sad. You know, you would think that some people would have some fucking common sense, you know? And then obviously some people troll, but you can tell some people aren't trolling. They are just ignorant. So, you know, you can't teach stupid. So, and that's why I have to block, you know, hundreds of people. We would definitely be well over 20,000 subs months ago if I didn't have to delete the ignorance out of the channel. I've had to block probably a couple hundred in the last, you know, I don't know, 6 to 8 months. You know, so we definitely would be over the number. But again, you know, do I want to have people like Mike and another 30 or 40 of those in the room? Or would I just rather just, you know, give them the Hollywood Hogan boot? They can go do that somewhere else. And then hopefully we can get some people that actually have a heart and a brain and have a little compassion, you know? So, you know, of course I want to be at 20,000, but again, it's not all about the numbers. It's not all about the subs and the views and the money. You know, sometimes we have to realize that there's things that are bigger than us, bigger than the sport that we all love. You know, we're talking about a guy that might fucking die. Let's get out there and play for our brothers. Obviously did not watch the game, does not know the severity of the situation. Ridiculous. Yeah, Robert, I'm going to watch some basketball. I guess it just so happens the sports gods, they were like, okay. And normally the Blazers are not on at a time where I can do the game. And I have done some of them, but I'll throw up a few photos with that and we'll go from there. So Nicker in the building, what to do? Well, like I said, a lot of us, there's going to be people that are still streaming and they're going to try to make the most, of the rest of the night. Of course, a lot of people, this is their full-time job, and you're grinding and you're hustling, and it's just very unfortunate. And there's nothing really what we can say besides praying for Damar to make it. You know what I mean? Even if he can't play the rest of the season, we just want him to live. We don't want to have to go through like a tribute of having the first player die on the field. I'm not sure if we've ever had a player die on the field ever. I mean, obviously we've had players die like on the basketball court back in the day, either through like, drug stuff or heart condition. But for the time being, I'm going to watch the Blazer game. It's on Root Sports, Blazers versus Pistons. And, that'll at least give me something to do. If some people are fucked up right now mentally and they've got to go and cry or, go handle their business and do laundry or, watch something maybe a little bit more uplifting than me, go right ahead. If you got to go, you got to go. But for the time being, I mean, I do this full time. This is my full-time job. So, even though it would be very easy for me just to end the stream and say bye, I still want to be able to talk and hang out with you guys. You guys are a big part of my life. And we can just hang out. And then, like I said, then we'll decide when, I decide to end the stream, at that point. So. Oh, yeah. Well, we already know Skip and Stephen A are fucking clowns and Emmanuel Acho. Those are probably the three biggest clowns that are fucking on TV, and then, what's really crazy too is that the networks think that these guys are still popular as they were like 10 years ago. Not Emmanuel Acho, because obviously he's new, and he's annoying as fuck. He's like the new Stephen A. Just because you scream doesn't mean you're right. But I guess that's what sports talk is. If you want to watch FS1 or ESPN, or, if you're watching some of these other networks, you just get a bunch of dumbasses that don't really know sports that well, or they just have these fake takes. They just try to get you to clickbait and comment on their show or on their Twitter timeline or Instagram. But, I'm not dumb enough to fall into the traps of watching those type of people. You can definitely get better information, on even channels like this, where you're not going to get the bias, where it's just real. I think that's what the fans deserve. I mean, don't we deserve like real sports talk for once? I mean, we've been dealing with all the, bullshit takes and horrible, games. It's like, we've been dealing with a bunch of bullshit on the sports level for years. It's about time we get people that are respected, in the sports community, where people can actually watch someone and know that they don't have an agenda and there's no bias. If someone's good, they're good. If someone's bad, they're bad. Just because they're on a team that you don't like, you just can't bash them, but that's just what the norm is now, unfortunately. Elliot in the building, what to do? All right, we're knotted up at 4. Nice free throw by Josh Hart. And it's in Moda. I imagine I have a couple friends that are at the game right now. And like I said, if there wasn't like a Blazer game or something on, right now, obviously Monday Night Raw will be on for me here in like 45 minutes because I'm on the West Coast. I'll be watching that later tonight. But again, I always try to, leave it up to you guys once we get to a point. Like once the game ends, I usually do food or, cars or nostalgia. We'll throw up pictures for like the last 30 minutes to an hour. But, they'll reschedule and we'll figure it out. But let's just pray that he ends up surviving and we don't have a casualty on the NFL side when we wake up tomorrow morning. So. So 7-3 Bengals in the first quarter. And, if they were smart about it, they wouldn't do it probably Tuesday or Wednesday. They would probably push it, to Thursday and beyond. That would give enough time for the players, the coaches, Damar, everyone to kind of, get past the initial shock factor. Nurkic is going to the locker room. That's fucking great. Another injury. But if it was me, maybe reschedule it for this weekend. I mean, that way there's plenty of time, to go through. I mean, unless they feel that they can get it done like on a Thursday or a Friday. But I think we only have like a couple games on Saturday, and then the rest of them are on Sunday. So if I look at the schedule here, let's take a quick peek. All right, so Saturday, there's only 2 games. We got the Chiefs and the Raiders, right, at 1:30, and then the Titans in Jacksonville at 5:15, and then the rest of the games are on Sunday. So if it's me, yeah, do it Saturday. Saturday or Sunday would make the most sense. You know what I mean? I mean, if you had to replace it with the Tennessee and Jacksonville on ESPN, and if you had to swap that out and move Tennessee and Jacksonville to Sunday, and then we had Chiefs, Raiders, and then the Bengals and Bills on Saturday, I think that would be appropriate. I mean, like I said, they can do it any day, but I don't think you should do the game any earlier than Thursday. We don't have a Thursday night game anymore. We're already at that point of the season. The last Thursday night game was last week. So essentially, if you want to have it not conflict with Jacksonville and Tennessee or the Raiders and the Chiefs, you could do it Thursday, you could do it Friday, you can do it Saturday, you could do it Sunday. So somewhere in that window, but I definitely wouldn't be doing it Tuesday or Wednesday. It's too early. Even if he ends up surviving and everything's okay, you want to make sure you give it a few days, I think would be the smart thing to do. So how's it going, Mike? Yeah. Well, he says a bunch of stuff, and then at the end, he says, oh, the game isn't irrelevant. But the thing is everything you said up to that point, that doesn't make it okay for what you said. You know what I mean? It's like pretty much saying that we need to complete the game, the playoffs, and all this. But now, since the injury, the game is irrelevant. But it's like you shouldn't have even, said anything to be at the very beginning. Like, why did you say all of those things and then say that last line? It's like when someone says no offense and then they insult you. You know what I mean? Or it's like saying something and then you insult someone. That doesn't give you the right to insult someone. You know what I mean? Just because you say no offense beforehand. I mean, that's kind of what Skip is doing there. Well, you didn't watch any of the football? Oh, good to hear. So we would be normally doing the game right now. I don't know if you've looked on the internet, but they canceled the game, because they had a player that went down and got hit on the clavicle and then went unconscious, and they tried to revive him twice and went to the hospital. And so they postponed the game the initially 20 minutes, and then they did another additional 30 minutes, and then they finally called the game. And he wasn't able to breathe on his own. They put him on the stretcher, and then he took him into the hospital. I'm not sure if he can breathe on his own, but that's what's going on. And then obviously now I'm just watching the Blazers against the Pistons. I was just going to end the stream, but I figured we'll have other things that we can talk about, other idiots that don't understand, and people on social media being fucking stupid, caring more about their fantasy football players getting numbers and winning a championship or having money on the Bills or the Bengals. That shit don't fucking matter, man. A guy might fucking die. Like, people are just so fucked up, man. You know what I mean? You can tell, like, the people that actually have a heart and care about people, and the people that are just selfish and care about, whatever the league can do for them. There's more than betting. So. Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, you can, last week, I mean, we can do it on Thursday. There's no Thursday night game. They can do it Friday. They can do it Saturday with the Chiefs and Raiders, Titans and Jacksonville, right? There's only 2 games on Saturday, and the rest of the games are on Sunday. So, I mean, they have plenty of options. But the number one option not to do it is not to do it tomorrow or Wednesday. They have to let a couple days pass for everyone's mentals, especially everyone in the Buffalo Bill organization, and then also give time to see if he makes it or not. And depending on if he makes it or not, that might determine when they play the game. And I hope that he pulls through. So 9-5 Blazers. But essentially for me, if I'm the NFL, I would not be doing this game any earlier than Thursday. There's no point. It's like, you think you need ratings, you think you need jersey sales, beer sales. That shit don't matter. Okay. You want to make sure that everyone is okay. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that's where I would put it, and you can still get the game done. And obviously there's going to be playoff implications because the Bengals have beaten the Chiefs the last 3 times, twice last year, once this year. And I honestly think that the Bengals were going to win. I think the Bengals were going to win that game. So, Buffalo, they're just trying to get their mind right. But even if their mind was right and the injury didn't happen, I don't think Buffalo was going to win that game. I think the Bengals are starting to flex to show everyone that everyone talks about the Bills and Chiefs, right? But the Bengals might be the most well-rounded team in the AFC and the most dangerous. You know what I mean? Because the Bills have injuries, and the Chiefs, every once in a while have suspect O-line and defense. So most of the time they can hide some of their weaknesses, but other times when they get down to a good team like the Bengals or the Bills, sometimes it's a little harder. As far as like Bieniemy and Andy Reid with the play calling, they don't play really true to themselves when they're down. If you ever watch the Bills down or the Chiefs down, the play calling gets a little erratic and they get a little nervous. It's like they're throwing shit against the wall, seeing if it sticks. And usually the method to beat a team like Buffalo and Kansas City, run the football, play good defense. And so if I'm going to compare the Bengals to any team in the NFL on the NFC side, it's the Niners. Because what do they do? The quarterback is almost irrelevant. Doesn't matter if it's Trey Lance, Jimmy G, Brock Purdy. They still win games because of Kyle Shanahan, a great offensive line, a great running game, and a great defense. And if you can run the ball and play great defense, yeah, you could be going against a Hall of Fame, quarterback on the other side, right? But you could have a guy like Brock Purdy or Trey Lance or Jimmy G that could maybe now out-duel that other quarterback, but as long as they don't fumble or throw a pick six, it might be good enough to win the game. They can just hand the ball off 20 times and maybe Purdy throws for 1 touchdown pass, and that might be good enough. Hell, we've seen Jimmy G throw 0 touchdown passes and still win games. So, but hopefully they can figure it out, and, prayers up, obviously, for our guy, Damar. Yeah, but again, like I said, we just had a mic in here trying to talk shit. Let's just play for our brother. No. I mean, apparently some people have brains and others do not, so. Which one? This one? This one is not working, or this one isn't working? I got the volume up pretty high on both, but it just depends on where the microphone is. If I'm talking into it here or if I'm talking into it here, but I got the volume up pretty high. Because obviously my right and your right, because then this would be this one here. But let me know which. I haven't even changed anything, but it just depends if I talk into the mic or I talk into the mic. But if I'm like in the middle, then it's going to sound like that. So, but I didn't even do anything. I didn't even change any of the settings. I actually turned it up louder from where it was before. So this one right here, is this the one that's low? This one? Or this one? Yeah. See, for me, I got the speakers on here in the room, and it's echoing in the room because I have speakers attached to the microphone, so I'm hearing it bounce off the walls and whatnot. But so this one right here, though, right? Yeah. All right, 9-8 Blazers. Fucking sad, man. Yeah, because if I turn it up too loud, then obviously the equipment will go red, when I'm talking. Because like when I'm looking down for the microphone port, when I'm talking, it'll light up green here or here down below, or it'll be red. And if I turn it up too loud, then it's going to echo, and people can adjust their settings on their phone and whatnot. But, I don't know, maybe something got unplugged. I don't know. I have to go down there and take a quick peek and stuff. Sometimes Paisley goes underneath there and it gets a little bit loose. So give me a second. Let me see. It's a self-imposed penalty there, that live ball turnover that leads to a bucket. It's been a story for the Blazers all season, really. Just I mean, I got the microphones up as much as they probably can without going red. Yeah. And I got the volume up full. Like I have the volume turned up all the way, and then for each individual microphone, I have it like, on a scale of like 0 to like 100, I got them both at like 75 to 85. So they're turned all the way. You know what I mean? But I guess it just depends on where the microphone piece is, if you hear me here or you hear me here. But that's why usually if I turn my head, instead of just using one mic, that's why I usually use 2. So that way if I'm watching something that you can still hear me. So, but hopefully it sounds okay now. But there's nothing else I can do at this point. So. Testy. Testies. Because this would be my right microphone here, and this would be my left microphone. Yeah. But hopefully everything is good. I mean, if I need to unplug everything, I can unplug it. And, if it's ending up being, let me know. I mean, like I said, if I need to unplug it and plug it back in, I can always do that if needed. Just let me know. But as far as I can see, everything is plugged in. Yeah, very unfortunate, Ryan. Yeah. And they made the right decision on canceling the game. So, but if anything else sounds kind of off, let me know. And like I said, if I need to figure something out, I can. But just let me know. 12-11 Pistons. Yeah, sad, man. Hopefully things will be okay. Oh, God. Jesus Christ, dude. Anyone that, yeah, people are fucking crazy, dude. There, you get these trolls and these like, fucking kids and stuff. Like I saw this one Eagles account, and it had a bunch of likes on it, but it was talking about like, Gardner Minshew, and it was talking about like, oh, I'm glad that fucking Mike Leach, your coach, died, and then they put that like on the post, and there was like 70 Eagle fans that liked it. I don't know. I mean, not every Eagle fan is like that, but you definitely get little kids and trolls and people that are just hella disrespectful to put up shit like that. But I saw a couple things on my Twitter timeline from a couple Eagle fans that had these like fucked up comments and stuff. And then they had another one about like Dak's brother and, hoping that Dak dies. I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude. You know what I mean? Like there's like, normal trolling and, talking shit or whatever. But then you get these people that take it to like a whole nother level. And then you get people that actually are liking these posts, like what the hell is wrong with people? Talking about people's, brother being dead or their coach being dead. Like, God. And that's why I can't deal with a lot of people on YouTube or Twitter or Instagram, you know what I mean? Because you just get a bunch of these people that are just fucking classless, dude. Yeah, hopefully he's okay. Yeah, but I don't deal with the bullshit, I just not going to do it. But hopefully he pulls through. Wish there was something I could say or, wish there was something that I could, pull up to kind of lighten the vibe. But everyone right now is kind of in that same boat, where we're just like, fuck, what do we do? I mean, I'm going to watch a little bit of this Blazer game and just try to relax. But as far as like grinding it out and, having a good stream or a good dono day, that kind of goes out the window. It's not really, even though this is my full-time job and obviously I don't care about views and subs, you know what I mean? But I do need to make a living. But, with this kind of tragedy that's happened, you can't think about getting donations or subs or views right now. All we can do is just kind of hang out with each other. If someone's nice enough to throw me a dono my way, cool, but it's not going to be expected. We just got to hope that he pulls through. That's the bottom line. And I wish there was more that I could bring up on the screen, to kind of lighten the mood, food or anything else. But oh, Ryan, 503 boy. He said, first ever dono. Appreciate it, man. I always remember the people that donate to me, and I appreciate that. $10 dono. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Let's do it. I'll get you some Ken Block up there as well. Thank you, man. And anyone that decides to donate, to me, it means a lot, regardless if you donate a dollar or if you donate 500, I remember every single person that has donated to me. I appreciate you very, very much. Bang, bang, Ryan with a $10 dono. Appreciate you. Bang, bang, Niner gang. And Ryan lives here in Oregon with me as well. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. Yes, we appreciate you. I'm glad that your doctor work came out good. We're definitely rooting for you. All right, first we'll start it off with a couple of the Damar Hamlin photos. I tried to get earlier some of the best ones that I could find, HD, 4K, stuff that looks good so we know what he looks like, and we could put like a name to a face besides him with a helmet on. I was specifically looking for stuff like this so that way we could kind of see. But we'll be praying for him.
One thing Gary had going for him really last season, Golden State is as good a fit as you see a screen here. Golden State is as good of a fit of any team in the league for him the way they play. He got these kind of shots, which he can knock down.
I'm going through the photos here. I think I already got pretty much the best ones. Got one more. Here we go. A nice one of his face. So we got this one, and then I got him in the blue. Here's another good one. Here's another one. Prayers up for him.
Discouraged by that miss because that's a layup he makes way more than he misses. Now, after he gets deep into the paint, they lose sight of GP2. How about that? Knocking in the first 3-point attempt of the season.
Their team was Sharp, Simons, Grant, and now Trenton Watford.
He kept his first defensive possession.
Yeah, we even read it off here on the show. And I'll get to your question here, Cyber. I appreciate you though, man. This, especially with everything that happened tonight and everything, it means a lot. I appreciate you. It won't be the last time that we see you, and it probably won't be the last dono that I'll get from you either. I appreciate you. All right, let's do some Ken Block here as well.
Here looked like he was just reaching across, but man, he put a lot of shoulder into Grant first.
So what happened with Ken? Did he get in a crash and then he passed away? This is the guy that drives the monster car, right?
Scan that QR code. You never know what could happen. Hopefully it'll show you this. Blazers.tv for the Trailblazers talent. Gary Payton II, minored in 2 sports in high school, basketball and one other sport. Brilliant.
Rally driver Ken Block dies in snowmobile accident. Oh no. And then we already know Jeremy Renner was in some kind of like snow plowing accident. He almost died last night too. Most of the stuff is like his cars. I'm trying to find something where I can get his car and him, but some of them aren't formatting. Look, I got one.
Mostly, my experience with track and field, Lamar, involved laying in the high jump pit. Just kind of watching things. It was a nice spring day.
I'll take my logo down so we can see a little bit more. Snowmobiling accident. That's just crazy. I know that's just some petty shit, you know, and you get these young kids, they think it's funny and shit, you know. That's why, like I said, there's so many people that love sports, but there's a lot of dumbasses out there too. Yes, thank you so much, man. Appreciate you.
Blazers with a combination, obviously, that they have not put on the floor in a regular game. With GP2 out there, along with Sharp, Grant defending. Here's GP2 with the ball.
This is their mascot. Rest in peace, Ken Block. So this is the new mascot for the Commandos, huh? Interesting. Announce Hog, Major Tuddy as the mascot. Interesting.
For 66 months on an in-stock 2022 Escape. Only at your local Ford dealer.
Just me, myself, and my KFC Popeye.
Major Tuddy.
Like I said, just me, myself, and my Popeye.
I don't know what I think about that. I don't know. I don't know what I think about it, man. I mean, they had the Hogs, you know, up front with their fans that wore the pig noses in the front row, and it was like Riggins and Mark Rippon and that back in that, you know, Doug Williams, you know, Mark Rippon, and obviously John Riggins era in the 80s to the early 90s. But oh yeah, he purposely was sabotaging the season to get. I mean, it's not his guy. You know, he already has his guys in line, and they almost won the game. You know what I mean? They barely lost to the Niners. So, you know, I think that he just wants to get his own guy, and I assume that Brady, you know, Tom will go either the Raiders will probably be his first choice, Dolphins second choice, and then or vice versa, and then the sleeper team would be the Niners, depending on what they do with Trey Lance and Jimmy G and Brock Purdy. But if I had to guess on Brady going to a team next year, those would be my teams. It'd be Raiders, Dolphins, and then obviously Dolphins will be looking at Tom and Lamar, and then obviously the Niners would be like the sleeper. They don't need Tom, but you know, if for whatever reason, if the Raiders don't get Tom and they don't, Miami doesn't get him either, then maybe the Niners would be like the most logical, you know, place for him to go. But I definitely think that they were trying to sabotage. I mean, they've already lost, you know, how many games where they were up by 10 in like the, you know, second half or the fourth quarter. So they definitely are sabotaging. But honestly, even if they had him in, they were still going to lose. You know what I mean? Like I said, when you don't got an O-line or a defense, I mean, what do you expect? You know, do you really expect like the team to win? Like, but obviously, Josh McDaniels is trying to use this as like a scapegoat. Like, well, you know, we're losing games because of him, right? But in reality, it's not his fault. You know, there's plenty of people that I could point out that have lost the game. Now, has Carr played like shit in some of those games? Yeah, he has, right? But not having an offensive line and like one good player on defense, Max Crosby, Chandler Jones, and that's it. And sometimes Chandler Jones gets hurt. So you have no offensive line, Colt Miller, and then you got one guy on defense, Max Crosby, who's actually legit. And then you're going to blame everything on Carr. Okay. Well, we already know Josh McDaniels is kind of suspect as a coach anyways. Good coordinator, but as far as leadership as head coach, I don't know. So I definitely think that they were trying to throw the game for sure. Draft position, Oh, yeah. Trying to act like, and you could tell. I imagine, they're friends, but I imagine there's times where, Skip wanted to punch him and Shannon wanted to knock him out. I mean, I imagine there's times where things have gotten, but also, too, it's like they tried to argue in a controlled environment, but that doesn't mean that those guys go over the line, you know what I mean, and disrespect each other, you know what I mean, and that's facts. No word yet. They haven't said anything as far as I know. I mean, once it comes out, then people in the room will comment in the chat. So terrible. Yeah. I imagine. I've never really followed Ken Block, so I don't really know, but imagine it had to have been pretty bad if you end up dying from a snowmobile accident. So Donovan put up 71. Wow. That's worth a photo. And remember when they tried to screw him over? He wanted to go to the Knicks, right? And then the Jazz were like, fuck you. You don't want to be here. We're going to trade you to Cleveland. But then now, when you see him there, it's like now Cleveland actually is kind of halfway decent, with him there. I mean, Mitchell is an all-star. He's a stud. But I guarantee when he first, found out that he was going to Cleveland, he was upset. He's like, oh, motherfucker. Like any team but that one. And even though the Knicks are bad, you're still playing in the Garden. You know what I mean? But I think he's proved to the doubters and the haters wrong that, hey, I can play anywhere. You want to ship me off to the worst possible place you could ship me, I still will play well. And he has. So shout out to him. But I guarantee that was definitely not in his top 5 list of places to get traded to, but he's making the most of it. And congratulations to him, 71, huh? And we've seen Luka recently with the 60, 20, 10, and 2. That's insane. 60 plus points, 20 rebounds, 10 assists, and a couple steals. I mean, I'm not really big on the NBA, but I can still show love for, something like that. Oh, I know. 7th player to score 70 plus. And probably most people thought that he wouldn't be able to even get to that number. Maybe 50, but not anything above that. So. Oh, we got to make sure we listen to Tom because he's going to have all the info. He's in the loop. Got to take that to heart. I mean, if it comes from his mom or if it comes from the Buffalo Bills, I'll take that. Not from some other streamer and some people in their room. No offense. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate you. Mike with a 20. Bang, 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 bang. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. He says, for the prayers for Damar Hamlin. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Anything specifically that you want to see? NASCAR, football, Bama, whatever you want to see, let me know. I got you. Apparently, a guy that does like off-road racing like this, and somehow had like some snowmobile accident and he died. But I think he did professionally. Was sponsored by Monster and a few other companies, and did like rally racing. I mean, I'm not really big into the rally scene or anything like that, but I mean, anytime we have a fan or someone that knows of someone, of course, I'm gonna do a little bit more research and dig into it a little bit. But as I'm looking at his stuff, I mean, he's got a lot of cars and a lot of sponsors, and seemed like he, was in the loop. I don't know his full story, but seems like he was pretty popular, as far as like the drifting and the racing and whatnot. There's another one of Ken. I mean, like I said, the only thing I've heard about is, this recently, obviously, and then, you had, oh boy, in Marvel, Jeremy Renner, and I mean, it was funny too, because the girlfriend was bringing him up like 2 days ago, and then all of a sudden this morning, he like almost died in some snowplow incident or something. So I don't know if he was trying to shovel out snow or he got buried or, collapsed on him or something, but I know he was in critical condition, and then hopefully he's okay now. But Jeremy Renner, that's what I heard this morning, but it doesn't look like it's going to be life-threatening. But at one point it looked like it might have been. Oh, I would assume it would. I mean, the guy's, not necessarily dying, but of course people are going to do that. Co-founder of DC. Oh, really? Okay. So some people, can look that up or have that information. So is that, so was he co-founder with Oh Boy on MTV? So were they partners? Who is Awesome Bill? Sometimes I need you to be a little specific. I need to know. Most of the time I know who you're talking about, but a lot of times when people do abbreviations or they only give me a first name or a last name, usually I can figure it out. But who are we talking about? We're not talking about Bill Elliott, are we? Who are we talking about? Okay, that makes sense then. And I assume Bill Elliott is, okay. Well, Bill Elliott didn't pass away. Did he all of a sudden pass away? Okay. Oh, you were just talking about Ken Block. Okay. So you had one sentence, then rip to Ken Block, and then you want, okay. I just wanted to clarify. Sometimes when you have multiple sentences in there, I get confused. Like, who are we talking about here? But that makes sense. I'll get you some Bill Elliott. Okay. It's like if you jump from one topic to another topic to another topic, sometimes things get confusing. So I got you though. I understand. And rest in peace to Ken Block. And hopefully, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's tough, especially with a snowmobile accident. All right, let's throw up some Bill Elliott for. I love me some NASCAR and baseball. Like I said, definitely watched it a lot when I was younger. And, Mike is a big reason why, and a few others, Riggs, they were like, you should probably try to do it. You know what I mean? It might be a little difficult in the beginning, but, most people know as long as I, read and do the film study and get caught up, it won't take me long. And honestly, it only took me maybe like a race or two, and I felt really comfortable, going through and even calling a baseball game, going through all the pitches. I don't think a lot of people can do that. There's a lot of people that can copy what they hear on an NFL game, and they can call an NFL game. NFL games, I don't want to say they're easy to call, you know what I mean? Because you still have to do the research and know what you're talking about, and also be original and come up with nicknames and catchphrases if you want to be, unique and different. And obviously myself and a few others, that are at the top, we do a good job. But I don't think there's a lot of people that can do, NFL and college football and NBA and wrestling and baseball and NASCAR. So that's what makes it special here, that I really feel that there's nothing really out of my wheelhouse. I can pretty much, if you give me a proper time to navigate and read and do the research, I don't really feel there's anything that is out of the wheelhouse besides maybe soccer and a little NHL. I could definitely learn a little bit more on those two. But other than that, I mean, those are the only things I feel a little out of the wheelhouse, but I definitely could, get caught up if I needed to. So.
Fresh is what you stand for.
Exactly.
Norman, bad news. I never graduated from med school. But the good news is it's the Xfinity Hello 20.
Okay, yeah, because I was gonna say, I saw some pictures. I don't know if you like brother, son, daughter, and whatnot. And damn, 15 years old to lose your dad. But hopefully she'll be able to, live up, to the legacy and make her dad proud for sure.
Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Click, call, or visit a store today.
So, how's it going? Oh, with interest rates up, I've been looking to get a better savings account, but all the options have you up in the air. Well, yes. At NerdWallet.
I tried finding a few more with the Ken Block, but most of the Ken Block stuff is like his vehicles. There's not a lot of like HD 4K stuff with him and the car. I maybe just because he raced in so many vehicles and whatnot, but there was not really a lot of options with like him in the photo with the car. There was a couple that I found, obviously, with like this one with his back turned and then this one right here. At least that way I can get a kind of a gauge.
Blazers on top by 3, 6:57 to go in the second quarter. Pop and R&B icon.
So it's kind of cool. This is from '99.
Together again tour to Moda Center on Tuesday, June 20th. From the special guest Ludacris. Get your tickets now available at roseborder.com. Coming up June the 20th. The Ageless. Janet Jackson.
And I'll try to get a few more things up for Ryan as well. 41-38 Blazers. Napa know-how. I can't wait. Yeah, I didn't realize I was going to love doing NASCAR as much as I did this year. But I'm hooked. I am hooked. I'm never going to not do it. I'm going to, as long as I'm alive, I'm going to be doing NASCAR and MLB. You got to have something after football season's over anyways. So, I couldn't think of two things I would rather, do than that. That's for sure. There's just a chase photo that was just, next to some of his stuff. So we'll throw that up here.
Record of 256. They're behind Houston and Charlotte. Last in the NBA.
It's a nice one with him and Bill and Chase hugging after a win. All right, let me delete some of these photos and I'll make some room for some more. And then I'll try to put up a couple more Ken blocks for Ryan or anything else that he wants to see. And I mean, obviously it's kind of a, we normally don't have to, have a football game where we, it ends in the first quarter because someone gets rushed to the hospital, but we just got to make the most of the situation. So. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I wanted to just try to do something for you, though, where we could see him, and then I could do the cards separate. But, I mean, there's some crazy photos. Oh, yeah, I will do XFL. I will do any of the off-brand football leagues. I will do those as well. Yeah. I mean, I'm as long as, there's some sports or wrestling on, I'm going to do it. So, I'm a grinder, and I feel that, as long as you have preparation and you take it serious, you know what I mean? That you can, as long as you're willing to put in the time and the effort to read and do the film study, and if you're dedicated to your craft, you can do it. But again, there's a reason why a lot of YouTubers and Twitch streamers, they only do their favorite team, or do like NFL games and that's it. And the reason why is because they can't do the other things because they don't know. They don't know how to do baseball or basketball or wrestling or, you know what I mean? Like, not anybody can just like hop onto a mic and then, control a show and host a show of anything. It takes a lot of effort. It's not something that I think anybody can just, hop on a microphone and do well. See if I can find maybe a cool action shot of Ken, like drifting or something. I mean, I would always do like Gran Turismo, and I would love doing like the rally stuff on there back in the day. But I don't know a whole lot about Ken and his life or DC. And, obviously I know you said he was co-founders with Oh Boy from MTV, but with DC, but. Here's a cool one. This one is Ken with Travis Pastrana, and that's another tragedy. Obviously, Travis is no longer with us either. Really cool action shots, though, for sure. Pastrana with some air there. Oh, this looks cool. I seen this on on Discovery Channel when they have a couple of those Diesel brothers, and they like make like custom vehicles, and then they made one that looks like this. This would be really, I mean, it's kind of sad because he died by, snowmobile accident, but like, look at this thing. I wonder, did he die driving this, or was it actually a true snowmobile? Because I imagine if you were driving this is going to have a lot more power than a regular snowmobile. And I could definitely see you crashing and going down a canyon and hurting yourself in something like this. I don't know all the details, or Ryan, if you do, but geez, look at that thing. That thing can mob with the tread and everything. I mean, I imagine that thing can move. But they had a thing on Diesel Brothers that they were making custom stuff like this. And it's very unique to watch it on the snow and how fast things go like this. I think we will. I mean, even if the tube hates on your boy, I mean, eventually I got to be able to break through. And I was getting good views when I was making the thumbs, and even when I had Johnny help me as well. It's just a matter of once the NFL season hit, then the views kind of took a hit because people rather watch NFL than NASCAR. But I'll continue to still do NASCAR, even if some of the views go down and people care more about the beginning of the NFL season rather than continuing with the NASCAR. So. Yeah, no problem. Let's do it. Fucking little kids, dude. People are so stupid, man. And you wonder why I have to block so many fucking people. But this is definitely making my my mood better. I mean, considering everything that has happened, like, sometimes, looking at photos of things can definitely, go, it can get you to a better place than maybe where you were. So but hopefully you enjoyed some of those photos that I brought up there of Ken Block and some of his vehicles there. I always try to make sure I take care of you guys. I would love to drive something like this one day. I mean, obviously, if this is the vehicle that he died in, then obviously not this one, because this looks like it has way too much horsepower for me. But it definitely looks like it would be a fun vehicle in a proper environment to drive around and mob around in. There you go, American Badass for you. I got you, Ryan. And I appreciate you donating for the first time, because I doubt that you probably have never donated. Have you ever donated to anyone ever? Or am I your first donation on YouTube ever? I know it may be the first to me on the channel, but was I your very first dono ever? Or have you donated to someone before? Regardless, it means a lot. I appreciate you. And I try to earn my donations, obviously, here. I'm always grinding. I'm always working. X Games used to be fun, and the video games with X Games stuff used to be fun, but it's kind of different now. I agree. First ever, very first. Man, that means a lot. You know what I mean? I wish we had more people from Oregon that would support me. It's like I have all these people supposedly that that watch me and share my stuff, but I get all the stats. So if you're going to go lie in a group of our friends and say that you watch and you share it, I get all this. I know there's no reason to lie about stuff. So it would always be nice to be able to get more people. I had to actually get rid of 300 quote unquote friends. I scrapped down. I had about 515 supposedly friends or acquaintances. I deleted 300 of them, mostly dudes. That just, all they do is spy or wish that I fail. They're not supporting me, or they're fake, just trying to spy and see what I'm doing. I don't need people like that. You know what I mean? So I deleted 300. So now I'm down to like 215 on Facebook rather than 515. And some of the videos took a hit, where we were getting like 50 or 100 less views, because you have these people that are like spying on me, but they don't want to know that they're there. They don't want to ever comment, or it's like the people on Twitter that watch me, but they'll never come here. They'll never comment. They'll never donate. It's just trying to kind of keep up on what I'm doing, but I guess that's what people do. I appreciate that. And, I grind so hard every day, and I really take this, I mean, I sold a Michael Jordan rookie card that's worth like $30,000 now. I mean, if that's not, dedication and sacrifice, I don't know what the fuck is, and it still, kind of hurts a little bit to this day, because that's probably the most valuable piece that you could own as a PSA 9 or PSA 10 Jordan rookie card. Because once Jordan passes, I mean, the card's going to be worth $100,000. So it's like I pretty much sacrificed a house, a car, a down payment on a house, or something bigger, just for my dream. And I know a lot of people wouldn't sacrifice something like that, but again, I'm not like most people. So, and again, have 20,000 subs, or 20,000 dollar card, 20 to 30. I mean, even though I'm not really satisfied with what the sub count is at or the people in the room, I know things will get better. And, everyone's dreams are a little bit different, and you can't compare, yourself to anyone else. Because once you start, comparing yourself to other people, then you start getting more frustrated. Everyone's lane is different. So, and I know that. So, but for someone that's been grinding on their dream for 11 years, and this is my 7th year on YouTube, you would think at least at some point, every dog is going to have his day. And I'm hoping my time is this year, 2023. So, but, again, I'd rather be unique and different and be myself and real and genuine than try to copy someone else's style on YouTube or Twitch. I'm always going to I don't watch any other channels, so I don't get any ideas or brainstorming or stealing ideas from anyone else. I'm too busy working on my own channel. So, and I appreciate you tremendously, very, very much. Let me see if I can get some Undertaker versus Kane here. Brothers. Too bad Kane turned into kind of like a political douchebag, though, after his wrestling days. He's definitely pissed off a lot of people in the wrestling community, as well as former friends that thought they knew him. But, I mean, regardless if you're, left or right, Democrat or Republican, but there's always people that go above and beyond that, do things that are unnecessary. And I know that Kane has pissed off a lot of people. We loved him when he was wrestling, but post-wrestling days, things have not been too kind to Kane. If you guys follow him or know his story, obviously trying to be like, governor, or, trying to be in that political status. But I know he's lost a lot of friends, and a lot of people have lost respect for him based off his words and his actions. But he was a hell of a wrestler. I'll tell you that. Hi, Paisley. Hi, honey. Hi, Dad's here. Love you. It's always good to be able to see a picture and then kind of relive the past. Oh, this is a good one. This one will, Ryan, this one will get you. Look at this one. That's a cool one right here, face to face. Look at this one. Damn, the buried alive. Holy cow. I didn't know if I would be able to find this. I will check.
Insurance can be complicated. Choosing your health insurance is better when you have a guide. Moda Health provides
Sundays. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, and like I said, I take a lot of pride. I know some people just try to wing it. You know what I mean? When they do like play calls for like games, and I really try to. I do a lot of preparation, and sometimes I feel that's like why I get burnt out. Sometimes, there was a point going into December, I recorded every day, 7 days a week for 6 months straight. I don't think any other YouTuber or Twitch streamer, it's one thing if you're playing video games every day. I don't really count that. If you're playing video games and people are watching you, hell, I could do that for 12 hours a day. You play one game, you move on to another game, play some Call of Duty, play some Madden, play some 2K. That shit is easy. That is also a grind. You need to be able to, have a good chair, and you have to, get all jacked up on Mountain Dew and do that. But when you're actually doing an original show or calling a game or a multiple game, that is a lot more effort, than just playing a video game and having a camera on you, because you don't necessarily have to talk to people in the room and engage them the whole time. When you end up, doing a game, you have to make sure you're giving that proper time to engage and call the game and be original. And it's not easy, but for me, since I do the photos and I try to make sure I give an original show, it takes me an hour and a half every show to get prepped. For an average, YouTube streamer or Twitch streamer, they can go online within like 10 minutes, 15. They do a couple tag words, they get the thumbnail, boom, they go live. So I feel with me, it's a lot more preparation, a lot more time. I don't have to pull up 30 or 40 photos from each team. I could just do one photo for the Josh Allen, one photo for Singletary, one for Stephon Diggs, but I don't. Usually I'll do 3 or 4 of certain players because I know it looks good visually for me, and I know you guys appreciate it too, but it's not easy. It takes a lot of fucking work, and if I made your days for delivering packages for Amazon a little bit easier, I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that I've earned a sub. It took 2 years to get a dono, but I know that it's something that most people, you either are part of the YouTube community or Twitch, or you're not. But it's one thing to like a channel, it's another thing to sub to a channel, but to really show the utmost love and respect and also support is actually donating. And you didn't even do $1, you did 10. So shout out to you, dude. It means a lot. I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you, man. See if I can find a couple others here, and then we'll find some other photos to go to. But I'm always noticing the details, and I always will make sure that I show my gratitude, whether it's $1 or if it ends up being $500. Anyone that's willing to be able to support me out of their, money that they earned, from their, job or whatever, however they earned that, they decided to spend it here rather than somewhere else. It's a truly a blessing. Any YouTuber that gets big enough and then they start losing, I think, in touch with reality. And I think a lot of people get to that point, where they get, kind of YouTube famous or Twitch famous, and then they just start assuming that that's how it's supposed to be, that they're supposed to get this donations. And then, this is how it's supposed to be. It's never supposed to be that way. And I think that's where you get certain, streamers, they lose in touch with themselves. You know what I mean? And they start becoming more fake and liars rather than caring about the people that got them there. Then they get to a point where they don't even show gratitude anymore, and they just act like this is how it's supposed to be. And I promise I never will be that way. Ever. Never, never, never. It's not going to happen. Well, I would assume Ernesto is Lakers, Rams, USC. Most people that are Lakers, Dodgers, Rams, USC, they're all part of the same group. So, yeah. But on the bright side for USC, at least you got the Heisman with Caleb. We were hoping that that you guys would hold it down for the Pac-12. Shit happens. Normally Oregon loses their bowl game every year. So for us to even win against North Carolina, I'm like, I don't even know what's going on. You know what I mean? But at least you got the Heisman with Caleb. And then look at Utah. Utah, looked like they had a shot for a little bit, but then the quarterback went down and they got blown out. And I was rooting for Utah as well. Sometimes you just don't end the season the way that you like. But we already know USC is going to have a very bright future. And it wouldn't surprise me if Utah gets back to the Pac-12 championship again. So. Gosh, I'm trying to remember if he won that match or not. I think he did, but someone would have to look this up. October 24th, 2010, that if Kane won that Buried Alive or if Undertaker did. Most of the time, Undertaker is winning every match that he's in, except for obviously when Brock Lesnar broke the streak. But on a gimmick match like this, sometimes they would have Undertaker lose, but obviously he's not going to lose often. Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, I've been grinding, man. Yeah, see, I usually remember people when they come through. So, yeah. And like I said, we're just trying to lighten the mood. But of course, I've been grinding. This is, I've been doing this for 11 years. I was finally able to go full time last year, which would have been my 10th year. So I recorded for 10 years last year, 6 years on YouTube, 4 on other platforms. And then now I'm on year 11, and this is my 7th year on YouTube. And I'm always hustling and I'm always grinding. I'm always trying to be, above and beyond and putting in that grind and that effort. And unfortunately, we had a serious injury, and hopefully Damar pulls through. And then now we're just trying to, kind of have some good positive vibes before we end up, calling it a day. And we're obviously showing some respect to Ken Block as well, co-founder of DC, and died in a snowmobile accident. So obviously Ryan wanted to be able to show a little bit of a tribute and love. So I just tried to find some amazing photos of him when he was alive doing his thing with the rally racing. And here's another one with him and Travis Pastrana. And we pretty much will throw up photos of anything. This looks interesting. Hopefully Ken did not die in this vehicle here, but I definitely would love to drive something like this one day. And then obviously we went into a little Undertaker. People donate, and then I decided to throw up some HD 4K photos of their favorite things. But I definitely feel much better than I did after the game got canceled. I mean, I think everyone was kind of fucking on edge at that point, and I think most people probably ended the stream. I know some people decided to stream because they want to make money. Let's be honest. There's people out there, the bigger YouTubers, they didn't end their streams. They continue to stream because they care about money. You know what I mean? It's just certain things that, you either know or you don't. You know what I mean? Especially if you do it full time. But again, even if I continued to stream and I made no money from the point where the game got canceled to the end, I'm okay with that. But there's other YouTube streamers that can say, oh, it doesn't matter, but they're goddamn lying. It does matter to them, especially if they're greedy and they're used to making 500, 1,000, 1,500. A lot of these guys can act like, oh yeah, we're really caring about this, but really what they care about is this, and they're continuing the streams to make money. But it's not going to be called out unless it was someone like me, in the room, because I know. So, and like I said, I'm totally okay with views or subs or donos being non-existent or low after the incident, because we're not really in the right mind state right now. I'm still going to work and grind, but, there definitely is a difference, between certain, streamers that actually have a heart that care about people more than making money each night. So, but making money is important. If you're doing this full time, we can't neglect that or push that to a side. Because obviously, if you're doing this as a full-time job, I can't just grind for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours and be at zero. That wouldn't be ideal for me either when I have family to take care of, food to feed, for the family, dog to take care of and whatnot. So you've been doing it since 2019. Congratulations, man. Keep it up. It's not easy. YouTube will chew you up and spit you out. So if you're not mentally strong, it's never going to work. You got to be able to do it, not for the fame, not for the money. You got to do it because you love doing it. But most people, they don't do it for, just for the love of the game. People do it because they want to become internet famous. A lot of people, they do it for the fame and the money. You know what I mean? But if you're only doing it for the fame and the money, it's never going to work out, because eventually you're going to get to a point where you're going to get frustrated with views, subs, donos, and then you'll just quit. And I know more than likely you're not that type of person. So keep it up, man. And like I said, you just have to have a good attitude. And if you are not biased and you're good on the microphone and you keep learning every day, then you will grow. But again, YouTube is not fair. They definitely promote the bigger channels. And even though I'm on the cusp, right there, 20,000, they definitely don't treat me the same way as others. That is facts. But I don't let that try to affect my, my everyday life. I just know that it's like, you either are getting pushed or you're getting hated on. And unfortunately I've been hated on more than pushed, but I know my day's coming. So keep grinding, keep doing your thing. And it is a grind. For me, normally I do 4 to 8 hour streams. Most people don't have that dedication, to do stuff like that, let alone to be interesting enough to be able to grind it out to do 4 to 8 hour streams. And it's fucking not easy. Like I said, I had a stretch for about 6 months where I didn't miss a fucking day. And I don't know anyone else that's really been on that level. But so, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been watching football since 1985. I'm 40, even though I don't look at coach plays. You know what I mean? And I've never seen anything like that before either. It's just crazy. Ernesto, what happened to all the cocky Rams fans, right? And I'm not saying you, right? But what happened to all the cocky Rams fans that told me that they were going to repeat, right? Oh, we're going to win the Super Bowl. We're going to repeat. And I kept telling them, nope, it's not going to happen. You know, if you go back and look at the history, injuries, you know, either to the offensive line or key players usually is the main reason why it doesn't happen. But all the Rams fans kept telling me, no, you're wrong, Orion. You're an idiot. We're going to go back to back. Aaron Donald, Cooper Kupp, Matthew Stafford. What happened? And the funny thing is for all those people that were being cocky, we haven't seen any Rams fans since like week 2. You know what I mean? If you're going to be cocky and talk shit, not you, Ernesto, but the others, at least come back and show your face and say that you were wrong, or at least show up instead of disappearing like Ghost, you know, like Patrick Swayze, you know, in the Ghost movie, Whoopi Goldberg, because that's pretty much what it was. We heard all the shit talking earlier in the year, and the Rams fans, all of them disappeared. We haven't seen any Rams fans for fucking months. You know what I mean? You got to own it. If you're going to be cocky and talk shit and you end up being wrong, at least come back and own it instead of just disappearing altogether. But at least Ernesto came back. But, you know, that's what it is. It's a hard lesson to learn. You know what I mean? If you're going to be a cocky fan, a lot of times that'll blow up in your face. Plus, you have to look at the stats and the analytics. You know, there's a reason why we haven't had a repeat Super Bowl, you know, champ, or even someone to go back to a Super Bowl after being there since the Patriots in 03-04. You know, I kept trying to tell the Chiefs fans it wasn't going to happen. I told Tampa fans it wasn't going to happen. I tried to tell Rams fans it wasn't going to happen. But once you win a chip, a Super Bowl, everyone thinks they're going to win it again the next year, especially if the team is relatively still in the same, you know, talent level. But it's always injuries or something else, right? Having no Andrew Whitworth, big problem. Big problem. No Von Miller, big problem. No OBJ, big problem. But for all those Rams fans, they said, well, that doesn't matter. Well, apparently it does. So, yes, they did take the big L. Yeah, it happens. You know what I mean? But like, you just have to, sometimes, you know, people get greedy. It's like you already won like the pinnacle, the Super Bowl. Like, what makes you think that you're going to win another one? Yeah, we know that the Chiefs and the Buccaneers were good enough, you know, based off the talent it looked like, but there's always injuries. And a lot of times it's due to the O-line and the D-line, O-line, D-line, defense, and coaching, play calling. But yeah, well, I'm glad you're here, but you are one of only 2 that came back out of like the 10 or 12 that kept telling me that I was an idiot, that I don't know football, and that they're going to repeat, and I'll see. And you're one of the only 2 that have come back since the beginning of the year. So good for you for coming back. You know what I mean? It happens, dude, you know? But at least you still got other teams. I mean, Lakers aren't very good either, but at least as we go into next year with the Dodgers, we'll see how the Dodgers do. So. Oh, yeah. I'll be doing some XFL and USFL. We'll be doing some of that, too. So, oh, thank you, Cyber. We got some other donos in here as well. I appreciate you guys. And that's what it makes it like really special is that, you know, I tried to set an example, you know, for a lot of other YouTubers and people that are inspired. But like you can see, you know, how hard it is even for me. You know, I've been grinding. And you got to think, if I have like close to 20,000 subs and they give notifications to like 10 people, I mean, how is that fair? You know what I mean? But as long as you can stay consistent and you stay positive, you know, if it is something that you really want to do, you can make a success out of it. We got 2 donos, $80 dono from my boy Cyberpunk, and Mike with a $3.16. Hey, Stone Cold's birthday, I believe, was today. Austin316 says, I just whipped your ass. I appreciate you. Let's go. Keep in touch, brother. I appreciate you. Good to see you come back one of these days. All right, let's go with some of the donos. But it shows you, I mean, you don't have to have 100 people or 1,000 people in the room to be able to make a living. And that's really what makes this group so special. And that is big facts. All right, so let me make some room for some of these other photos. And I'll get some more up as we prayers up for Damar Hamlin. And like I said, if I didn't have, the people that I have, well, there's no way in hell I would be able to go full time. At least not yet. It would probably take me another year of grinding to be able to get to a point where maybe I could do it. But, it shows you it's a quality over quantity. You want to have 100 people in the room where people are wishing that Damar, passes and say like fucked up comments, and they have fucked up usernames and they just try to troll and be an asshole? Or would you rather have people that, are good people that you can actually spend time with day in and day out? And that's a clear answer. But also, too, the results that I get with less than 20 people in the room is very unusual. I don't think there's another channel on YouTube that has less than 20 people in the room on a normal basis that has the type of results that we get here. And that's obviously a credit to the people that are in the room for really loving and supporting me and the channel. Because like I said, most people that have 10 or 20 people in the room, you're not making enough to pay rent. Not even close, but you guys are a special group and I love you. I appreciate you. Cyberpunk with a $80 dono, always doing big things, catching the big rangs. I appreciate you. Bang, bang. Thank you so much. Let's throw up I don't even know if Cyberpunk is still in the room. I doubt it. He probably had to go, but I'm going to message him like I always do after every stream. Anyone that donates big to me, I will always message. The only one that I feel kind of guilty that I haven't been able to message is Mike, but Mike doesn't have social media. So, I just, if you have like a Facebook or a Instagram or Twitter, I can end up doing that. And then we'll also throw up some Bo for Cyberpunk as well, because he loves Bo. So let's throw up a couple Chiefs photos for my boy, Cyberpunk, with the big $80 dono. Appreciate you. And I'll hit you with some Chiefs photos here. And then we'll throw up a few Bo Jackson, and then we'll go to Mike. Appreciate you, Cyber. And obviously, we have some of the other heavy hitters that are going through some tough times right now. So others have to step up for me to be able to keep grinding it out like this. And luckily, we have enough, to step up for the others that are in a tight spot right now to make it still where I can, live. And I really appreciate you guys for that, so that way I don't have to get a second or third job. I mean, I already fucking worked 2 or 3 jobs for 10 years to get to this point. I don't want to go backwards. I'm trying to go forward. So appreciate you, Cyber. Let me try to get a couple more bows on here. And even regardless, if he's not in the room, it doesn't matter. You still want to show that gratitude. Plus, who doesn't like looking at Bo Jackson photos, honestly? It's awesome. All right, so Sarah sent me a message from David Schuster. I don't know what his accolades are, but he says, based on a variety of reports, the NFL did not make the decision to suspend the Bengals-Bills game. Rather, the players, captains, and coaches from both teams who had witnessed Bills safety Damar Hamlin getting CPR for 8 minutes said they would not continue the game, which was the right decision to do. I mean, it's one thing, if a guy's injured on the ground, but if they're fucking doing CPR and his eyes are rolling on the top of his head or his eyes are closed and he's not breathing, I mean, how can you? I mean, there was people crying while they were watching him thinking that he was going to die. I think that's enough to, cancel the game. You know what I mean? So good decision by them to do that and not have to wait for anyone else. But again, you still have people that are upset because they couldn't get their fantasy football figured out. Or they wanted to see this game. Of course, everyone wants to watch the game, but I mean, a human life is at stake. We like to glorify these guys as heroes, for our athletes and wrestlers that we love. But the bottom line, at the end of the day, they put on their fucking shoes one at a time. just like us, one sock at a time. They're human, and sometimes we glorify these people to be bigger, than, normal human beings. And, sometimes we just need to be able to understand that these guys are human too. And sometimes we forget about that. And we're going to do one of my favorite Bo Jackson baseball card photos. This is probably one of my favorites out of all of them too. I mean, we did the Garbage Pail Kids, and we did the little GIF with that, which was very cool. But I love this. I mean, this is my childhood right here. All these Bo cards, and I don't know if it really gets any better than that, man. And you even get some of the rookie cards in there as well. Love it. Thank you, Cyberpunk. I appreciate you. Oh, you're here. Oh, good. I didn't know. Do you have anything specifically? I mean, sometimes you donate and then you dip, or you do a drive-by dono. I didn't even know if you were in here. You got anything specific that you want me to do for you? I mean, I just try to do stuff that I know that you like, and I was going to message you and say thank you, and I always do, and I'm going to do it right now, even though it's not something that, I think most people do, but I always have to show my gratitude, so. And I just sent a message to him because it does mean a lot to me. And I imagine it does mean a lot to him. And things have been a little bit tight and with bills and everything. But I still am going to get you that jersey. You're next up on the list. And we'll have to figure out if the Mahomes jersey, when the time is right for me, probably in the next couple weeks, if that's the one that you still want, or if there's something else that you saw or that you want. And then we will communicate. But Cyber is the next up on the list to get something special from me. We took care of Holly. And Cyber obviously got a starter jacket from me earlier in the year, but with all his contributions, like Holly as well, when people are doing hundreds or thousands to support your brand and your well-being and your life and your dream, you want to give back. So we're definitely going to do something special for him. And I honestly feel bad that I haven't done it for you already. I really wanted to do it for you in December, but honestly, December was my worst month of 2022 for a 6 or 7 month span. But luckily, with the efforts of Cyberpunk and Shepard and Holly and a few others and Megan, we were able to get from a point where it was going to be a catastrophic month where I wasn't even going to be able to afford my rent. And we got above and beyond that. And it still was probably about maybe 500 to 800 lower than normal, but still it's much better than what it was. Because after the first week, we were only sitting at $100 or something crazy. So for us to be able to get to a decent number to pay the bills and the rent, it meant a lot. So thank you so much, Reflect, and a few others. And Mike, another big contributor, Reflect, Mike. There's so many that I can name. And a lot of you are in the room right now, and I love you, and I appreciate you. And we can't forget about Sarah as well. She's the best mod on YouTube, period. You know what I mean? I couldn't think of a person better to do the job that's going to stick it with me throughout the thick and the thin. You know what I mean? We're going to have days where it's good. We're going to have days where it's bad. But essentially, I feel we never really have any bad streams. The donos might be low. The views might be low. The sub count might be low. But overall, it's a pleasure to be able to do this full time for you guys. And like I said, I've put in my blood, my sweat, my tears for you guys. And, it's just nice to be able to feel that love back. And I'm always going to show that gratitude for you guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Cyberpunk with a big dono. Appreciate you. And I know. And trust me, because you can ask people like Cyber and, the others, I always make sure I message people at the end. And I think I might be one of the only people on Twitch or YouTube that actually does that. You know what I mean? But I know it does mean a lot to the people, because like I said, it's not my responsibility to go above and beyond and do that. But as a human being, if someone's going to go so out of their way for me to make my dreams come true, it's the least that I can do is to say thank you and then, offer a gift, something that's high end that I would, love to get myself. So. Reported 5 Bills missed practice that were sick. Oh, and Damar was one of them. Interesting. Huh. Do they think that he had COVID? and it was like a reaction to that. And the reports about the clavicle, is that still true, or is that the clavicle broke and then it cut the like an artery or something like that, or was it something more that had to do with maybe a condition that he didn't know that he had and something with the heart? I guess we'll get more information as more reports come out. So, oh yeah, I'm a big Oregon Duck guy through and through. You know what I mean? I love Thibodeau, but that was very classless. You know, it's one thing to celebrate when you get a sack lunch, you know what I mean? And you're doing the snow angel thing. There's no snow. But then when you look over and you see the guy's knocked out and you go to the bench and you do this, you know what I mean? The snow angel thing was already fucked up to begin with when the guy's fucking convulsing and injured, right? But then to go to the sideline and then they, you know, they had the video on you or they took pictures of you doing that. That is something that I don't condone whatsoever. And I lost a lot of respect for Thibodeau. You know what I mean? I love what he did for me at Oregon, but that's another case right there that I don't know if you can really come back from that. I mean, there's going to be a lot of people, Giants fans, that are still going to support him because obviously he's trying to help them get to the playoffs, this or that. But there's a lot of us that even though you bleed green and yellow, I can't excuse that behavior just because you're an Oregon Duck and anything that you do that's fucked up, I'm just supposed to defend you, you know? And sometimes that's what happens with fan bases, that even when the person is wrong, that they still defend. And that's wrong. And I totally agree with you. It was not okay whatsoever. Yeah. I remember you said something of that back then too. And that's why he went to Auburn. Yeah. Bo is good. Yeah. I just, you know, and I know there's no hurry, you know what I mean? But I'm a man of my word. I'm not like some of those other YouTubers out there that make promises and then they lie blatantly. You know, I'm not like them. You know what I mean? If I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. If I say I'm going to collab, I'm going to do it. If I say I'm going to buy a jersey for someone, I'm going to do it. I don't go back on my word. My word is everything. And that's facts. And we'll make sure we get that squared away for you in the next, hopefully, month. You know what I mean? Once, you know, things are good. So, yeah. But also that makes you feel special, doesn't it? And it really does show that I do care about people, because that obviously is like, you know, above and beyond. You know, it's like if I do starter jackets and do that. But again, I mean, you have plenty of money where, you know, I could have always bought you a jacket, a shirt, a jersey. You already have plenty of those things, you know, but I was trying to be original and think of something that I know that you would never have. And I know that gift, it might not be the most valuable thing in your collection, but I know it does hold a special place in your heart, especially since it is a unique item, a one of two. You know, you're the only one in Australia with that. That's for sure. But that's the type of thing that I want to do, you know, something above and beyond. I mean, if you're going to donate, you know, 20, 50, 100, hundreds of dollars, the least I can do. And it was nice that I was able to pair up with Collegiate Art Designs and we were able to ship it to you while you were still here in, you know, in America, rather than shipping it to you in Australia and having it get lost or something like that. So that made my heart good. And you were also able to wear it when you went to the game. So that made my heart feel really good too. So. Yeah, I need more information for sure. Plus, you know what? I think it's like, you know, you get to a point, you know, when I started off the channel, I had all kids. It was like a bunch of young people that were probably like 30 and under or 24 and under. And that was a majority of the fan base. And God bless every single one of you, because I really enjoy the conversations that I have of the people that are like 35 and up. And if you're under 35, I'm not saying I don't like you. You know what I mean? You know, if you're a younger kid and you want to troll, you already know what happens. I mean, I'll fucking RKO those people all the way to the bank. You know what I mean? It's fine. If you want to fuck up your chances of being on this channel forever by mouthing off to me or saying something fucked up, that's your choice. You might be able to get away with that, you know, on another channel because they just have so many people in the room. They're not going to deal with it. But I really do enjoy a lot of the conversations with people that are older. So, because I know a lot of you guys are, you know, have certain information that are smarter than me in certain subjects. And I always like to be able to pick your brain and just learn about you guys. And obviously the people that have been on this earth that longer than me, I'm 40, you know, but you got people that are on the channel that are 45, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 years old that are a part of this channel, and I'm really proud of that. You know what I mean? It's almost like I feel like a grouping of people that are older. You don't really get that on a lot of channels nowadays. A lot of it's just a lot of younger kids, a lot of trolls. But it's really nice. I really do enjoy the time that I have with the older OGs, women and men. I don't know. The conversations always end up being better, and it ends up being a little bit more educational and a little bit more like, you don't have to worry about the bullshit as much. And I appreciate you guys for that as much. It's just, I've already gone through the bullshit, so often. It's just nice not have to deal with it as often as I did. Mike with it, a $3.16 dono. Appreciate you. $91.74 Blazers. Let's go, baby. Mike with a $3.16 dono. Bang, bang. 316. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, ma'am. Every dollar matters. Every dollar counts. I appreciate you. Bang, bang. And a lot of the stuff on the Cash App is preferred. Just that way I don't get 35, 40% of it taken from me for nothing. And then I got to wait a month. So all the people that end up doing the Cash App, if they can, that definitely goes towards food, bills, and taking care of Paisley and everyday costs of things that you need to do to live, like shampoo and laundry detergent, all those little things, toothpaste, like stuff that you don't really account for. And then you have to go to the store and you realize that you need to buy these things. And then you ring up and you'll buy like 6 things and it's like $50. And you're like, holy fuck, how did that happen? And, we know things cost quite a bit. So, oh, no worries. I mean, that was your first dono. So no, I just appreciate that you are willing to even consider me. You know what I mean? It's like one thing when you see other people doing it, and I have a different relationship with every single person, but for you to be able to donate for the first time and to donate a big number, 10, that's there's people that will never donate to me ever, not even 99 cents. So I understand. And also it's your very first one out of anyone. So that takes a lot of pride that I've worked hard enough for you to be able to donate to me. I appreciate that. What's up? What? You need her out of the room? RKO? Yeah? Is she being crazy? All right, I got to grab Paisley out of the room. Yeah, I know, but you're in Australia, so it's no worries. You're the one person that it doesn't matter if you do Cash App because you're in Australia, and if you don't have Cash App, then there's no way for you to do it. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? But for the other people that live here in the States, if they have the option, obviously that normally is preferred. I mean, unless you just want to give money to YouTube, because I mean, if you donate 100 and I get 65 of it, and I got to wait a month, and then YouTube and Google get 35 for free. I mean, if that's everyone's choice, you know what I mean? If they want to go that route, I will always still put it up on the screen, but it's just crazy that they take so much, but it is what it is. All right, let me go grab Paisley here real quick, and let's prayer up for Damar Hamlin. All right, Paisley, come on, honey.
You're still a genius, but there's a smarter way to save. Switch to Verizon. For a limited time, get Welcome Unlimited for just $25 a line. $25? And it's guaranteed for 3 years. Well, you would know. I'm switching. I think the bike's probably faster.
Now is the best time to switch to Verizon for just $25 a line, guaranteed for 3 years. The savings that last on the network you want. Verizon.
Bymart's latest savings book is on its way exclusively to our members' mailboxes now, with the savings starting Tuesday. Our 20-page book is loaded with savings store-wide, from pantry essentials and home storage to pets and home improvement. Bymart saves you more. Plus, find great winter clearance values throughout. The savings start Tuesday with our latest savings book at Bymart, where our employee owners are bringing.
All right, I'm back. I just had to get Paisley out of the bedroom. She usually gets these urges to get bitey or a little bit more aggressive between like 8 and 10 p.m. and whatnot. So usually I got to do the business. So. All right, so let me throw up a couple more things here of Bo, and then anything else that you want to see. Cyberpunk says he's good with Bo. And then Mike, is there anything else that you want to see? Let me know. I got you.
93-76, your count. The Blazers on top.
Hi, Paisley.
With the red light, the Moda Center here on the banks of the mighty Willamette. 2:47 left in the third. Looking for something fun and
Hi,
not
honey.
rainy to do with your friends? Well, it's a good thing you're here. We provide the food, the beverage, the entertainment. Trailblazer Games.
Hey.
Fun night out. Check out some of the exciting games coming up. Blazers
Hey.
have a load of them, including tonight.
Stop.
11 home and 4 road, Lamar. So you can unpack finally. Okay. However, we're leaving tomorrow for Minnesota.
My goodness, Paisley. Oh! Huh? You don't need, just because you got kicked out of the bedroom, okay? Just because you got kicked out of the bedroom doesn't mean you need to be. Oh! Oh! You're okay. That's it. I love you. It's okay. I'll give you some more treats. Don't get me mad.
Just to see the Blazers in Bull Bull. 105. I'm that dude. I want to see Bull Bull get sharp at the rim. You like it? I was like,
Okay.
Godzilla, Megalodon, one of the scary creatures. That is going to be otherworldly. Crazy stuff.
That was good for Anthony. He gave GP2 a chance to run in the play to see if the lob was there. It wasn't there, so knocked it out. And that's veteran type play from a youngster. See, because even though Anthony shot that ball, Gary felt he was that play.
Huh?
And as a point guard, you want to have your teammates feel included as much as possible, even times when they don't touch it.
Okay.
Backs us on back down there. For Stewart in with his shot. Simons will take it. Throws to the baseline. Maintains a dribble. You guys comes to get a hit. To free up Simons. He'll step out. They get the switch they wanted. Simons on the big. He goes right at Stewart. Scoops and scores. Excellent recognition by Simons. He's having a heck of a game tonight, Lamar. That's 22 for him on 9 of 14.
You ready?
Okay. The shot selection that he has is crazy. He just made the jump shot. So Stewart is mindful of that.
She's upset because she got booted out of the house or out of the room. You're okay. You can hang out with Dad. Yeah, Dad's right here. Dad's right here. It's okay. Okay, no problem. Oh, let's do that. Great choice. I know one of the I think it was Axe. It wasn't Crush, it was Axe or Smash. I think it was Axe. Just had a birthday just a couple days ago. And how do I know that? Because I'm a nerd. I know these things. Fucking Mr. Fuji. Yeah, I definitely love Demolition and Legion of Doom Road Warriors. Those were definitely awesome. Awesome tag teams back in my childhood and obviously in Cybers too. Ryan with his second donation and one stream. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, Ryan. I mean, it's crazy how, you know, I tried to come up with an original idea, and I know people will copy me down the road, but often imitated, never duplicated. They're not going to be able to pull up the same type of photos that I'm doing. So, I mean, other people will try to copy the vibe, but we already know who the original one is. Even with Mr. Perfect. Let's go. Thank you, man. Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate that. Isn't that wild, though, that they take so much? It's like sometimes it feels like it's almost like 50%. It's like, someone donates $100 and that's $100 of their hard-earned money, right? And I get it if it's like, $5 they take or 10 or some kind of like fee, like a Cash App. But when they're taking like 35 to 40%, it's like someone donates 100, I get 60, 65, and I got to wait a month. Like, God, that's a lot, dude. But think about how much YouTube and Google are eating off people, just the people that donate to channels. I mean, they're making millions and millions and millions just based off taking their cut for being on YouTube and Google. It's ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. Thank you, Ryan. 503 boys in the building. Appreciate you. More than words can explain. I mean, anyone that is willing to donate to me for the very first time, let alone twice in one stream. And the thing is people will remember you too. When we have the mods and the other people, we remember who donates and who doesn't. We remember who comes to the room and who doesn't. And it means a lot. Thank you so much, Ryan. Bang, bang. Let me know what you want to see, Ryan. You got a favorite wrestling tag team or something like from back in the day, or you got some athletes that you want to see that, I can throw up some Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, John Taylor, Tom Rathman, Brent Jones, Merton Hanks, whatever you want. You let me know. I got you, bro. $10 dono from Ryan. Appreciate you, brother. $10 dono. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Road Warriors. That'll be a good one, too. All right, so we did the axe and the smash, but we're not done. We got to get a couple more here. So here's one. Axe, smash, crush. Cool paint job on the faces. Obviously, some of them aren't the most like athletically built, but it didn't matter back then. It's just like if you just had a cool look, and that's what the Road Warriors, Legion of Doom had and Demolition had. They had a cool look. Oh, this has nothing to do with axe and smash or crush, but I just came across it. So I figured I'd show it. It's a black and white photo of young Andre the Giant about to body slam someone. Look at this. I don't know why this is grouped up with Demolition, but I'll take it. Wow. Look at that. That is awesome. I mean, I can nerd out and geek out over wrestling stuff all day. I mean, at this point, wrestling is probably my favorite. I mean, like I said, it's always been a high priority of my life. I'm never going to not watch. It's always been college football, NFL, and wrestling, and I don't think it's going to change. But, I mean, the quality of the NFL games has not been very good this year. So I'm starting to get a little bit more love for baseball and for NASCAR. But hopefully things turn around a little bit. Ooh, I got a couple other good ones here. All right, so we had this one with Mr. Perfect, which is great. Look at this one that I found. It's crazy how a picture can say 1,000 words, just like a song or a video or a TV show. But man, a picture can tell 1,000 words, man. Unbelievable. It's like I'm back. I'm like 7 years old again, playing with my WWF wrestling ring, going to Blockbuster Video and Hollywood Video and renting VHS of 1989 SummerSlam or 1986, 87, Survivor Series, or in the early 90s. WWF in your house. I don't even have that anymore. Woo! Jake the Snake and Hogan. Let's go. That's sweet. That is sweet. Here's just another random one that was next to it. WrestleMania, Macho Man and Ted DiBiase. This is my childhood through and through, man. Fuck. Love it. Oh my gosh. All right, one more. Old school black and white one. This is incredible. Like my childhood is like flashing like right before my very eyes. Let's go. SummerSlam 88 with Queen Elizabeth. Oh my God. Jeez Louise. You kidding me? You never know what I'll find in the rabbit hole. Fucking awesome. All right, let's do some Road Warriors for Mike. We'll do some Dusty Roads for you, too. I know you love them. Yeah, Road Warriors are my favorite tag team of all time. You know, as far as like back in the day, it's not even close. They had the coolest look. Demolition had a cool look, but Animal and Hawk were cooler to me. I appreciate you. Maybe I can. I'll have to take a quick peek. It's okay, Paisley. Woo! Love it. So I got my kid again. Best intro. Everything about them was just fantastic. Oh, baby. 503 in the building. Support your local business. Me. It's funny, too, how I don't get a whole lot of support from people that actually live here in Oregon. You think you would, but, you know, I don't get a whole lot of support from people in Oregon for whatever reason. You know, I think maybe it's a jealousy thing. You know what I mean? It's like when people see people on a timeline, you know, doing successful things, people like don't want you to do better than them. And unless you get someone that actually, you know, has their own dreams and goals, but it seems like people that don't have any dreams and goals, they really love to hate on the people that are actually having some kind of success. Fuck that guy. I can do that. Fuck this guy always in my timeline, always doing all these wrestling and sport things. Fuck him. You know, that's what I kind of feel that the vibe is. And, you know, but it's all good. You know, haters going to hate. You know, I'm never going to quit. So they're just going to have to keep seeing my ugly mug on the screen. Yeah, sadly, a lot of them have passed too. Yeah, I love me some bushwhackers too. Like I said, my dad usually gets me bushwhacker toys, or and because I used to attack my dad, with the bushwhacker thing. So like he would be just like chilling, and nothing's going on, and I would run in the house, and I would just fucking try to attack him, or I would get on the top of the couch when he was sleeping, and then I'd hit him with like a Macho Man elbow drop, and he'd get pissed. You know what I mean? But when you're a kid, it's what am I supposed to do? You know what I mean? That's I know I'm not the only one that did stuff like that with brothers, sisters, or parents and whatnot. But yeah, my dad will still even bring it up to this day. I got to delete some of these photos and make some room for some more. I think Paisley took a big old fat dump because I think I'm smelling something. Usually you try to keep the the door closed when it's cold outside. So we have some towels out, but yeah, you like that one? I thought you'd like that one. I know I saw it and I was like, ooh, this is too good not to share. And it's kind of ironic too, because I don't know what it is, it's the sports gods or whatever, but I don't really have a whole lot of Andre the Giant stuff. And then for whatever reason, my dad bought me the Andre the Giant for Christmas. You know what I mean? Like old school figure from like 89, 90, 91. And let me see what the actual date is on it. This one's from 1990. And I don't own anything Andre at all, but I'm happy to have it, and now I have it. I mean, I got him and Roddy Piper. Don't have any Roddy Piper stuff besides the figure, but sometimes it's just nice to be able to have something loose. Like, of course, the stuff that I love collecting is the stuff with the cardboard, like mint condition stuff. But sometimes it's just nice, to be able to get your hands on some kind of toy. And like this one, my dad got this for me for my birthday last year. But just being able to actually have it out of the package and being able to kind of fuck around with it. I mean, you can't really put a price on that, man. Love stuff like that. Sometimes you just got to be able to, get back to being a kid and being able to feel like how the figure feels, the hard plastic, and how the figure moves. And, if there's like certain movement, if you move the arm or the leg, like a lot of the toys were like that. Ghostbuster toys and a lot of the other toys that I grew up with were like that. So very cool. All right, let's go through these one more time and then we'll make some more room. And then I'll go into for Ryan and I'll get him some more photos. God, these are just so good. I mean, these are some of the best that I've seen in a while, too. Look at Andre. Talk about going back into a time machine. Brother! Jake the Snake. Good old Ted DiBiase shoving $100 bills in his opponent's mouths. Oh, yeah. That's what it's about, brother. Brother. Oh, yeah. This is my favorite. The Macho Man. Nice little candid photo backstage. I don't know if there's ever been anyone cooler than these guys. Cool level. The cool level is like 1 billion on a scale of 1 to 10. I mean, who else looks like that? Come on, man. Imagine being a little kid and then you hear the theme music. And the theme music was one of the best ever, too. And that's facts. All right, let me delete some of these, make some more room. 32 points for Jeremy Grant. 7 times he's exceeded 30 or better. 10 of 15 from the field, 5 of 8 from 3 in 25 minutes. Wow. Yeah. He comes back out here to answer the bell with 8:18 remaining in the game. All right, let's see. Big Show. 109.97 Blazers. Let's go. All right, this first one here is for Ryan. Of course, I can find Big Show flipping the Jeep, dude. Come on now. I can find anything as long as I have enough time. It's like the beginning photo, and then as he almost actually has it over right here. Let's go. That's what makes it fun, because it takes the stream to a whole nother level. Anyone can talk, but being able to associate a picture to any topic that anybody brings up, or that takes it to a whole nother level, baby. And we know there'll be others that will try to copy, but it won't be the same. Plus, you got to have speed too. You can't be, having someone be like, "Oh, find this," and then 10 minutes later you bring it up. I mean, time is money. You got to be able to be quick. And luckily, I know how to navigate on the internets and the interwebs. You ask and you shall receive. I got all kinds of Bushwhacker figures. I think I got like 6 of them. I think my dad is getting a little old, though, because he got me like Bushwhacker ones like last year, and then he got them for me this year again. So I think my dad, he is getting up there in age, but hey, I'll take it. Just because I have doubles now, that's no problem. I'm looking for Bushwhackers versus the British Bulldogs, but I'm not really seeing anything. We got Bushwhackers, photos. The British Bulldogs. Bushwhackers versus Nikolai Volkov. Luke and Butch. Just run around my house, just doing that move, just chasing my dad in the house. Oh, man. I found Diesel and the British Bulldog versus Men on a Mission. I don't know if I'll be able to pull it up, though. Let's see. There you go. Remember Mabel back in the day? Mabel? Oh, good old times. One 118-93 Blazers. Nice job. Good old Dusty. Let me delete some of these. I'll throw up some Dusty up for you too, and we'll keep going down. It's okay, Paisley. Relax.
Well, recently Ian was asked about resembling Dame on the floor. He said it just comes from watching him my whole career.
The Bam Bam Bigelow headbutt. Oh man, yeah.
So you kind of pick up the same things, the same moves. You learn how to do them, how to emulate them, because you see it work at a high level. So when I see a step back working so well in games, I say I want to do that. And it's
Yeah, I got you, man.
Get it to be consistent, and now it's
Wish there was more. There's just very limited photos. Unfortunately, there's not like a lot. But I'm going to try to show you some stuff that maybe you've never seen before. And we probably won't go too much longer. We might end the stream here in a little bit, but still, you guys made it successful. So I appreciate that, since, I mean, we didn't really get into a groove, with the people and the donos, because we were just like, halfway through the first quarter. So for the people that decided to donate after, the incident happened, thank you guys. Because like I said, this is my full-time job, but I was prepared to not make anything tonight after what happened, and I was okay with that. And you guys still came through to show love, and it means a lot. Thank you. Look at that wrestling magazine. Rhodes and Kevin Sullivan. Oh, I got a killer one right here for you, Mike. Sting, before he was like the dark Sting, when he had like the blonde hair. Old Sting back in the day, and Dusty autograph photo. Wow. Look at this. I need this in my life. Oh, how sweet is that? Like a backstage photo, and then you got Dusty to sign it and Sting? Dude, that is killer. That would be framed and put up in the studio. That is nice. Wow, these old wrestling magazines are fucking awesome. Before the internet, that's what people looked at, the wrestling magazines. Oh my God. Yeah, I imagine they're not going to give any info until, tomorrow. Unless he passes away, then that will come out. But hopefully that does not happen. Oh, I bet. What year was that you went and saw that? I got a lot of memories. It's okay, Paisley. Dad's almost done. Well, we definitely, we're only at like an hour and 20, hour 30. And for us to be able to keep it going and try to stay positive, and we actually made it to the 4-hour mark is fucking remarkable considering everything that happened. I know, Paisley, we're going to hang out in a second. Daddy needs to work hard so that way I can buy you stuff. If you just whine at me the whole time, I can't buy you bones and ropes and I have to spoil you. But Daddy's got to work hard. I know. Dad's almost done, I promise. Okay. Oh no, really? That's not good. All right, Ryan and Mike, any last requests before I go? I mean, I could definitely keep going, but I know my girlfriend's got work tomorrow. Girlfriend's daughter's got school for the first time in 2 weeks. So I feel that, oh yeah, I mean, she's right here just staring at me and stuff, but I love her. I mean, like I said, it's such a crazy relationship with my pup. Like I said, like I wasn't in a very dark place before we got her, and things have been so much better in the last year and a half since we've had her. And I'll throw up a photo of her here, and she just is my everything. I mean, I'm spending 90% of my day with her every day, if not more than that. So my Paisley pup, she's getting big now too. She used to weigh like 50. Now she probably weighs like 60 or 70. She's getting bigger. And I can't, I'm trying to walk with her every day so that way she doesn't get fat. If I'm giving her all these treats and shit, it's like I want to make sure that I don't give her all these like salmon treats, and I'm giving her all these treats, and all of a sudden that she's not getting exercise and she gets fat. But like that's what she looked like when we first got her. She weighed like 5 pounds. Cutest thing ever. And she's so vocal, so loving. Sometimes she can be a crazy path, a psychopath at times as a pup, but most of the time she is just absolutely the best thing in my life. Besides you guys. That was the day we got her. And she had blue eyes, had her for like 6 weeks. She was 6 weeks old. And then obviously as she got older, her eye color, changes as they, go. And yeah, she needs dad. So yeah. Thank you so much, man. From the bottom of my, do you follow me on like Instagram or Twitter or anything, Ryan. I'm not sure if you have that or if you already follow me on there, but send me a message on there or whatever. I always like to be able to, keep up with the people at some point. It doesn't have to be tonight. I look forward to having you come back again. And thank you so much for your first 2 donations to anybody. I figured that you were already on Twitter with me, but thank you for your first 2 donations to any channel ever. You can just go NW Sports Fanatics. It'll be on there, and then I'll message you and whatnot. But thank you so much for your generosity. And like I said, you choose where your money goes. And you got to think, for someone to donate to someone online, they have to love you and your brand. Otherwise, they're not going to do it. They might like you, they might sub to you, but to take it to that level, like a lot of the others in the room, it really means a lot. So, hey, we got to keep it in the family, right? We got to keep it at 503, right? We got to support Oregon businesses, support local, and I'm here. And at one point, hopefully I'll be well known in Oregon as one of Oregon's biggest YouTubers, but I feel I'm undiscovered, not only in Oregon, but I'm slept on in the country. So, but I love you guys and I appreciate you guys. Thank you for making the night successful. And we actually ended up hitting a pretty good number with all things considered, since I was only able to call the game for like a quarter. And we were only in about maybe an hour in. I mean, once the injury happened, it was like 45 minutes. And then by the time they canceled everything, it was like an hour 30. And we made it to the 4-hour mark. So love you guys. Appreciate you guys, Mike, Ryan, Sarah, Jameson, everyone in the building. I love you guys and I appreciate you guys. You made tonight great for me. And we tried to make the best of the situation. And hopefully things get a little bit better moving forward. You guys are the best. I love you and I appreciate you. And I'll probably end it here. And then, so this will be the first thing they see on Twitter. Obviously, we're going to give a little love to Damar. Prayers up for him. I hope everything ends up being okay. Have a great rest of your night. And again, I will be back tomorrow and we'll grind it out. So love you guys. And I appreciate you guys tremendously. And I got one question for you. Cyberpunk is still in the building as well. Thank you so much. I didn't know if you were still in here. Don't want to forget about you. Thank you for making the night successful. And we got to look at a lot of wrestling photos. Let's go through the photos here one more time before I dip. So that way we can just go through these. Prayers up for obviously Damar. And we got to go over some Road Warriors. We got to do a little Dusty Rhodes. We got to look at some old wrestling magazines. Fucking Sting and Dusty Otto on the candid photo. Yes, please. 85 Wrestling. A little bit more Dusty, and then a little Paisley Pup for your viewing pleasure. So you guys are the best. I love you and I appreciate you. And I'll be back tomorrow. I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. I love you. I appreciate you. And I'm out. Gang.